Hello and welcome everybody, it is Wes here, and today we're going to be doing Let's Spy on Them. Okay. If you are new to this channel, you can find the timestamps, as always, down below. Just look for my name, it'll be highlighted and pinned. Show more info and you'll see all the blue links there to click to whatever zodiac sign you want to watch, alright? I always leave the timestamps in the comment section, and it should be the very first comment, alright? Those are there for your convenience, so please use them. All right. If you need to get a hold of me, you can always find my email in the description box of my videos. If you need to send some personal feedback, you just want to write to me for whatever reason, or you want a personal reading. All right. Last thing, thank you for everybody that leaves awesome comments on my channel, especially this last video. There was a lot of people that interacted with the video and left a lot of great feedback. All right. I do appreciate all of you that do that. Although I understand I don't respond to every last person, I do read the comments, all right? As the channel's been growing, there's been more and more participation with that, and that is always great. It shows me that you guys are watching the content, so I do appreciate that, all right? Also, another thing, every once in a while I get the #1 most notorious comment on this channel, and that is, and this has pretty much been since, well, probably around middle of the first year of this channel, is where the hell are the subtitles, aka the captions? I enable those captions every single video, all right? The problem that I have is because I do these, I record my videos live, YouTube has to process it. So when I hit the public button, YouTube starts processing it. All right, that can take 24 hours for that to complete, which means that until it's done processing, you can't enable the subtitles. A lot of people think that because they can't click it, it means I didn't enable it. That is not true. It is a problem with YouTube that I have no control over, and the reason behind it is because these videos are so long. Most YouTube videos are generally like 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. These are like 3 to 4 hours. So YouTube is like, tarot reading is just in another class of its own. So YouTube is not really optimized for that. So I'm sorry for the delay. There's nothing that I can do about it. And it just kind of is what it is. All right. But rest assured, for anybody that is concerned, why are the subtitles not enabled? They are. You just got to give it time. So I suggest, if that is something you cannot live without, absolutely cannot live without, when my videos come out, give it another day, hold off a day, and then come back to watch it. All right, and then they should be enabled. All right. What else? And the last thing is, every once in a while, I get a little constructive, call them little constructive comments on why does Wes do what, all right? I understand that sometimes the way that I read tarot frustrates certain people, all right? I have learned tarot for years at this point. I've read so many books, I've lost count, all right? I've watched other people perform tarot, learned from them, studied the way that they do cards, why they say what they say, all right? I've read online articles, whatever I could get my hands on, all right? And I've, over the years, just developed my own style of reading tarot on what I think is relevant and what I'm trying to figure out, all right? So just trust me, there is a rhyme and a reason to why I do what I do on this channel, all right? But I understand that not every person is going to agree with that, and that's fine. There's a lot of different tarot readers, and they read tarot in different ways, and to be perfectly honest, when I watch other tarot readers, half the time I don't agree with what they're saying, but I respect it because that's just how they do their thing, all right? Anyway, just wanted to point that out. I think let's get started. It is a Thursday, so probably most of you are enjoying the work life. Aries. Are you surprised that you are going first. Tell me about the person we're spying on for the sign of Aries. Who is this person? What can we know? What can Aries know? What can I know? So we have the Temperance that comes out. Okay. Well, we don't need to clarify that. I'm not going to talk too much about this card just yet because it is a positive card, but if I had to take a preliminary guess as to what this is probably going to be about, it is likely somebody that's coming back around to potentially either it's to work out something with you, or it's to try and see if you guys work with each other. Is there chemistry? Do you and them work? Or click? Or jive? Let's see what else comes out first before I talk more about Temperance. Tell me about the person that we're spying on for Aries. What is this person thinking about? So we have this Ten of Pentacles. And what else? We've got two cards there. We're not going to take that. Two cards again. All right, we're not having the best luck with that deck. Let's try the Banana Tarot. Person that we're spying on for Aries. What is this person thinking? I need one more card. So we have two tens here. We've got the Ten of Pentacles and we have the Ten of Wands. All right. Why is this person thinking about Ten of Wands in regards to Aries? Oh, fucking hell. I don't know what it is about my shuffling today, but whatever. We have the Three of Wands. We have some Aries energy. This is not so good, Aries. Okay, it is good. I'm lying, but it's not. It's got a little catch. Whoever this person is some person that is viewing something positive around you. But the way this is kind of looking, my guess would be it's some person that you've either interacted with, and this would more align with if you've had contact with this person, to be perfectly honest, but somebody that is considering a long-term potential with you. All right. They're also wondering if it is something that would work. All right. The problem and the little snag with this is this combination here, because this is telling us that they're also concerned about stagnation or difficulty moving something forwards. In other words, if I was to come around to Aries, I'm seeing certain things that I like, but perhaps the past has told me that this could be a bit of a grind. All right. Why would somebody think that? My assumption is that this person may be worrying about potential friction or certain things that got in the way the last time. All right. Even though this reading is about an ex, to be perfectly honest, this would be super fitting for someone that's new in the picture. Because this, like, I think any person really that's interacting with somebody is gauging how difficult is it going to be to move forwards with this person? What kind of problems are going to come up? All right. Whoever this person is, I can immediately tell is probably a logical person. I know everybody has a degree of logic, but this is somebody that definitely thinks about things a lot more. Could be a cautious person, whoever this individual is. All right. This person is worrying, and I already know there's got to be a strong air sign qualities of this person because they are worrying about potential roadblocks or if there's going to be issues. Also, some concern about being able to work, like cohesion, work together. But I do want you to know that it's not their core focus. There is still this positive energy here, which is telling us there is strong interest. But let's just not jump to conclusions, because this person could, through it, for all we know, just be considering it. We had this card come out, Five of Cups reversed. And yes, I'm putting it back in the deck, but for those of you who are wondering, it could suggest somebody that is coming out of a potential down period, all right? If we were to apply it to this reading, it would probably suggest that this person could be transitioning out of a period of a lull of some sort, and is now considering something more optimistic, like, you know what would really spice my life up? A little bit of Aries. Yeah. I don't want a side of Aries. I want potentially the whole thing. All right. I was only reading that card because somebody said in the last video, "You're skipping cards! Why are you doing that?" Felt like I was going to get arrested, but anyway. Person that we're spying on for Aries, how does this person see Aries? This person, whoever they are, has a strong interest in something that you're doing. All right. The reason I'm saying that is because they are seeing some sort of compatibility with you. All right. We have now 3 cards suggesting somebody that's looking at how a connection would look with Aries. So one would ask, is this the only snag? Because if that is the only snag, then this is looking pretty good for you. What is this person hiding from Aries? Person that we're spying on for Aries. So the Two of Wands here comes out horizontal. I was almost going to take that reversed, but we'll keep it horizontal. This is not particularly bad here, Aries, because it's pretty much what I already suspected. All right. Whoever this individual is just in that consideration about you. All right. I kind of worded that poorly there. But this Two of Wands is telling us one of 2 things, being horizontal. One, this person is almost on the verge of making a decision, but the reversal could almost tell us that they're on the fence about making a decision. And this is Wands energy, and it's which is important because it tells us one thing: action. So how can we look at this in real life? This is either a person that is considering approaching you or interacting with you again. Hey, it's been a while. Just wanted to see how my Aries is doing. Just wanted to see and check in with you that you don't still hate me, because I would love to grab a cup of coffee if that's all right with you. All right. If that happened and we're applying this reading, it's suggesting that you already know what this person is looking at. All right. Do I think that they're going to say, "Would you like to marry me?" No. They probably are gauging to see if you guys can reconnect. Turn that frown upside down. All right. Whatever the case is, this person does have some optimism towards something around that. So that is one potential way this person could approach you. If you've already engaged this person, I would assume recently, that could also suggest the same thing, that what's on their mind is, how does a relationship look? Maybe I do want Aries. The problem is that this person is still just on the fence a little bit, in my opinion, all right? Which way will this go? We have no idea. So that tells us that this factor here is weighing on their mind. Okay? It's what I don't like about this combination here mainly is because of the fact that the Three of Wands can signify movement after the Two of Wands. In other words, a person makes a decision, things move forwards between the both of you, but then it's going to a card which can signify difficulty, struggles, or things getting challenging, all right? It doesn't mean to say you can't do it. It's not saying that, but it is saying that it can become difficult or complicated. Could that be because you guys have conflicting work schedules? Could it be that in the past you guys had a lot of friction with each other? I don't know. But this person's weighing out something that apparently they see as a potential problem with you. And it is influencing their decision to come towards you. Or, I don't know, I'm assuming move towards trying to acquire this with you. If that's even a thing. How does Aries see this person? That's the last card I'm going to ask. So we have Queen of Swords, and we have the Five of Swords. So this is telling because it does tell us that whoever this person is, it would suggest you are open to talking with them with the Queen of Swords, but it is saying you are cautious. And the card that it's coming out next to is suggesting that you have either you feel that this person could be deceiving, or it's somebody that you've had problems with before, or you felt is a bit one-sided. If that is true, it is matching this energy quite well, because it would be a Queen, or an Aries in this case, that is cautious to this person. But the Queen is still open to talking. So what does this really tell us? Whoever this person is, my assumption is you have potentially given this person a shot before, you've engaged them, maybe it went well, but at some point you guys separated. What the reason is, you can fill in the blank, but something must have happened for you to know, to be more cautious towards them, all right? Five of Swords here is quite a negative card in the tarot because it can talk about a person that sometimes can go to the point of literally collapsing or causing a situation to fall apart, all in the name of trying to be right or get what they want. In other words, they're not even considering the damage that's being caused. It's just like, if I have to prove a point and I have to screw you over to do it, then I guess that's what I got to do, all right? I'm not saying that whoever this person is that extreme, but one would ask why you're a little bit cautious to them. Anyways, what did we learn in this reading, Aries? Overall, you got somebody here that's interested in you. The only question is, will you be interested back? I don't know if this person's going to approach you. It's showing them in decision-making energy, contemplating to come towards you. So apparently you must be doing something right. Just pulling them in, like a fish on the hook. It's got to be that alluring Aries charm, the go-getter. I get it done. I knew an Aries, I think I brought this up once before on the channel. I never dated this woman, but I did know her, and I was friends with her for a period of time. This is a long time, well, not a super long time ago, maybe about 7 years ago. But she was a strong Aries, and she sent me a picture saying, I mowed the entire lawn all by myself. And I was like, kind of like, what do I say to that? I'm like, that is great job. Never seen nothing against women here, but I've just never seen a woman mowing the lawn. But she did it. Guess Aries really can do everything. Taurus, please step in my office. All right. glad that you showed up to your appointment on time. Tell me about a person our Taurus want to spy on. Who is this person? What can we know? What can Taurus know? We do have one cat in the room. So I guess what can that cat know? It says the judgment reversed. Well, we don't need to clarify that actually. This is a person potentially that is conflicted with you. For what reason, I don't know yet. There could be other things this is suggesting here, Taurus, but given that this is the only card that I have, we'll see what's in their thoughts and go from there. Tell me about this person that we're spying on for Taurus. What is this person thinking about? What can I know? What can Taurus know? Person that's being described as judgment reversed. So we have Emperor here. Why is that showing up in their thoughts? One would ask. Also got a Queen here. I am not going to take that, but we'll see if she pops out. And we have the King of Cups. This is a person that is directly thinking about themselves. Funny enough, we split the deck and there's the the King of Cups reversed. But tell us about the person that we're spying on for Taurus. Why is this person thinking about the Emperor? Tell us more. Says the Three of Cups. Lord only knows what that's talking about. Tell me about the King of Cups. And it says the Hangman reversed. Okay, well. Clarify Emperor one more time. Why is that on this person's mind? Person we're spying on for Taurus. Why is that there? Actually, I don't need to. All right. Whoever this person is, Taurus, is thinking about themselves. But the first problem is this King of Cups. It is going to the Hangman reversed, which tells us that this person is reflecting on their romantic feelings in some way, shape, or form. But the problem is, because it's going to the Hangman reversed, that's not good, because it is suggesting that they are either uncertain or not really confident in something that they're, I don't know, thinking towards, which I guess in this case would be you. This could be somebody asking the question, am I ready for love? Do I want a full-time relationship? How do I really feel about this person? The upright of the King of Cups is still good here, so I don't want to tarnish that. But going to the Hangman reverse, without clarifying it further, it is suggesting in some way, shape, or form that there is something that is being contemplated around that. All right? In my opinion, this is somebody that could probably be slightly on the fence about how they feel about you. But it's still good, nonetheless. All right? The clue about why they're in that energy is coming from this Emperor and the Three of Cups. Pay attention to the three women here, right? This card does talk about other suitors having fun. It can sometimes talk about just meeting up with new people, things going well. You do have a very confident Emperor here, which can tell us that it's somebody that potentially has options or believes they have options, which can probably tell us why this person is wondering about their feelings. All right. This energy going to this is further supporting that with the judgment being reversed, it can talk about somebody that is not sure about their direction. In other words, I don't really know how things are truly going to play out. I believe firmly that there are certain people that you could go and call on the phone and they can tell you in 5 minutes exactly where they're going, what they're doing with their life, and, you know, this is the job they're doing. They don't plan to move. They could tell you exactly who they have interest in. They don't want to dick around with anybody else. That's somebody that is quite committed to their direction. They know where they're heading. But with judgment being reversed here, it can tell us in some ways about a person that is still vacillating a little bit. Maybe they want to go there, maybe they don't. Maybe they believe in this, maybe they don't. Maybe they want a family, or maybe they still want to stay single. Those can be potentially problems. We can also talk about conflicts, especially with other people, in this case you, wondering if your paths are aligned. Right? How does this person see Taurus? Person that we're spying on for Taurus, how do they see Taurus? I've got a page here. I'm not going to take that. So it says the Queen of Pentacles, so this is suggesting a homebody of some sort. All right. Queen of Pentacles is very nice. However they're viewing you, the way that they're viewing you is showing you to potentially be someone being responsible. If you're a hard worker, this would be aligned with this card very well. Can also talk about a lot of qualities relating to a homebody of any kind. Maybe your mommy or wifey material. Doesn't mean to say they want to marry you. It's just suggesting potential qualities around that. All right. This card is also slightly passive, so it can probably suggest that this person is slightly mature, given that we do have mature energies here. All right. If I had to take a guess here, this person is looking for a long-term commitment, but it's just really what's going through your mind is who? But this is favorable to you, Taurus. All right. And what am I saying? You are an earth sign, so that's even more fitting. So this person may feel that you align with your qualities. Death here. What is this person hiding from Taurus? The person that we're spying on for Taurus. It says the Four of Wands reversed. We'll clarify that. Why is this person hiding the Four of Wands reversed from Taurus? There's that king again. I want to take that. I'm going to clarify it. The fact that I split it twice when we saw it, that's got to mean something. Clarify the Four of Wands reversed. Why is this person flying towards hiding that card comes out? Wow, it goes to fucking Judgment reversed. All right. This is not good. Because what this is basically saying here, Taurus, is that it's coming back to everything I just told you. That, but with one added little step here. This Four of Wands reversed can talk about failed relationships. But there's one other thing that it talks about, and that is dysfunction. It can talk about things getting, reaching points where it becomes dysfunctional or unstable in some ways. All right. How would this look in practical real life? If you're looking at just like a regular relationship, this could be somebody that's, you're going to your job, they're going to their job. There's like some predictable variables in both of your lives. There's good communication. Both of you are on the same page about your political differences. You know that 7 o'clock you're going to have a dinner date and they show up at 7 o'clock. It's just, it flows. It works. All right. You know that they're going to be reliable. You know that they're not going to go and rob a car and go fucking nuts, and you're not going to be clicking your TV and seeing them on the news. All right. The problem with the Four of Wands when it's reversed is that it can spell connections and relationships where there's a degree of the opposite going on, where sometimes there's dysfunction that occurs. Maybe it's like 3 weeks of peace, and then it's 2 weeks of fighting with each other, and then it's back to 2 weeks of peace. Well, that's pretty dysfunctional, all right? It can also just talk about concerns around that, with going to the judgment reversed. Once again, this person is showing a degree, as I said, of some degree of uncertainty about where their path is going, which is kind of a problem here because it may be being influenced by past situations. In your particular case, it can definitely talk about a past or failed relationship dynamic that didn't go well. All right. It's not to say, Taurus, that this is putting all the blame on you or something like that. It's just they may just see it as there was problems or issues that didn't work out the last time. So they're a little bit more wary. All right. This judgment being reversed can also talk about disagreements with each other. All right. Which is, again, one would ask if it's talking about a concern around that. This person seems to be hiding it, or, like I said, keeping it on the down low. In other words, they wouldn't want you to know it's bothering them. Clarify the King of Cups reversed. So basically what I'm saying is, like, even if you came around to this person and you're interacting with them and like everything looks good and they're showing you the great picture, that it would be suggesting that behind closed doors they're concerned, like it's bothering them, like, oh, I'm seeing something that I'm not liking. Like, here we go again. I'm pretty sure this is going to be, you know, another issue like last time. Clarify this King of Cups reversed. Why was that coming out? Person that we're spying off towards. Why is King of Cups reversed come out? Nothing. What can we know about the King of Cups reversed? One card does come out. Says the Six of Cups reversed. Tell us more about the Six of Cups reversed. What do we got here? And with this Queen again. This is the Hermit. So it's suggesting what the exact message this is trying to say could be anyone's guess here. It is suggesting with this King of Cups reversed that this person at some point potentially lost either fell out of love with you, Taurus, or they had a disruption in their chemistry towards you. They may have shut off to you or something like that. The Six of Cups reverse can talk about the past heavily, right? This going to this Hermit is suggesting, although it's unknown what it is suggesting that this person has certain things they reflect upon, experiences or things from the past that seem to be weighing on them. Oh, that must be my. I think that spirit trying to. I'm being silenced. Good Lord. All right. Well, maybe we'll just leave the past be the past. That's like my cue that you're saying too much. I'm just kidding. All right. How does Taurus see the person we're spying on? Taurus? The card comes out. So we've got the Four of Cups. So it is Cancer energy. This is a card that can suggest that there is a degree of lack when it comes to this person. Clarify Four of Cups. Is there a reason why Taurus is in Four of Cups to this person? So it says the Nine of Wands reversed. Here's my final opinion, Taurus, so I can close this reading out. In summary, whoever this person is definitely somebody that I would say is slightly more on the fence when it comes to you, all right? Whatever is driving this is suggesting one part, some concern around, do I still care or do I not? We have this confliction here. In my opinion, it's kind of suggesting there's a slight tilt or leaning towards, I do care, I do have emotions for this person, but there's some sense of uncertainty around it. What the exact reason is, I don't know, but it is suggesting something from the past experiences. This person is also considering other potentials, all right, evaluating their self-worth or what they have, all right. This person sees you as somebody that, again, could be long-term material here. I went over the Queen of Pentacles. There's a lot of great qualities about it. And what they're hiding, again, coming back to this concern around uncertainty and stuff like that, is again kind of highlighting that there's some question about, as I said, potential dysfunction, or maybe things becoming a bit chaotic between you and them, or it's separating, or you guys breaking up or something like that, all right? It shows in how you see this person. With this Nine of Wands reversed is quite negative, because it tells us that you may feel that this person is not somebody that you can reason with easily. It is sometimes a card that can suggest a person that you cannot really change their mind. They see things in a certain way. So this person may be somebody that you find it difficult to budge or move or have them see things in a different way, all right? The Four of Cups probably suggests that you find that there are things about this person that potentially, you find lacking, or you wish were different, all right? This can also be positive in some ways, because it can also suggest that it's somebody like a Taurus that's just wishing things were different, or it would just go in a different, play out in a different way, whether that's from the past or the present. Despite the negatives in this reading, just because there are some negatives, I wouldn't say to write this person off. It does suggest some positivity here, all right? But overall, it's somebody that's in evaluation, Taurus. All right, what this person will decide, I don't know. But this does suggest that irregardless of what I said here in this reading, that this person does have some type of emotions for you, which is positive, because it means that they do have a soft spot for you. All right. That's what I got for you, Taurus. Take it or leave it. So, sounds like a person that's questioning where they stand with you. Gemini. All right, Gemini, let's do this. Tell me about a person our Gemini wants to spy on. Who is this person? What can we know? What can Gemini know? What can we know about this person? the deck. Alright, so we got a King of Swords that comes out. Actually, we're not going to clarify that. Let's just see what's on their mind. Well, we had this just roll out, so I guess we'll take it. The Eight of Pentacles. Tell me about the person that we're spying on for Gemini. What is this person thinking about? What can we know? This King of Swords going to the Eight of Pentacles. Do you have this full energy here? I want to take that. There's also Death reverse. I might take that too. I'll talk on these in just a second. What is this person thinking about? This King of Swords. Give me 2 cards, please. Okay, so we have this 8 of Wands. And what else? So I have Temperance. So whoever this person is, Gemini, is somebody that I would suspect potentially has not talked to you in a while. Only card that stumped me here is this. I know it's suggesting, but there's a lot of different ways that what things it could mean. But it is somebody that is potentially wanting to reconnect or to propose something to you. All right. The Death reverse here is telling us that whoever this individual is somebody that does not feel that they are quite done with Gemini. All right. There is one little problem with the Death reverse in this context here, is that this reading overall is suggesting without the Death reverse would just be plain and simple a person wanting to come in, potentially see if you're interested in starting something. Okay. That's very generalized, and the reason I keep it generalized is because who knows what that is for them. Is that a friendship? Is it a relationship? Is it a job offer? Probably not. All right. This person may also comment on something that they think is different with you. Did you change states? Oh, wow. What's going on? How's it over there? Oh, I noticed that you're now into this job. How do you like it? This person may use something like that to start up a conversation with you. The Death reverse, though, is telling us that a driving reason that potentially this person's reaching out is because there's still some type of unfinished business with you. In other words, I thought I was over you, but maybe not. This reading can strongly suggest a change of heart, somebody that has probably had some distance and time away from you that is now, for whatever reason, seeing renewed interest in you. All right? So, in my opinion, that is what's driving it. How does this person... oh, excuse me. It looks like your person's trying to silence me. The person that we're spying on for Gemini, how do they see Gemini? It says strength, so this person may get the impression that you're, whether this is true or not, potentially holding back for them, resisting to them, or for some of you may have ignored them. Just, I don't know, weren't showing much interest to this person. With strength coming out, it's possible that this person has made some past attempt to engage in communication with you, but maybe it was unsuccessful or didn't go anywhere. So, but who knows? Maybe you're just busy, or you didn't notice, or you weren't aware. let's do this. How about the person we're spying on for Gemini? What is this person hiding? What are they hiding from Gemini? So it says the Page of Wands. Clarify the Page of Wands. Why would they hide that? So it says the Two of Swords. This person, this is powerfully important, what it's saying here, is trying to contemplate whether to approach you or not. Here's my final impression of this reading. This has got to be a person that is potentially somebody that left the picture back in the day that is now, as I said earlier, for whatever reason, who the hell knows why, has had a change of heart. Okay? You might have thought that things were over, done, gone with the wind, but it's suggesting here that this person doesn't share that same opinion, all right? It, again, is potentially suggesting that this person either still has memories of you two or didn't quite feel that you guys were truly ever over. That might be a bit extreme, but who knows, it's possible. Or this person just still has a lingering, you still take some real estate in their mind. Maybe they don't even know why you do. It's like maybe absolutely no reason for you to do so, but they still think about you, or they still have interest. Again, they don't know why, they just do, all right? Whatever the case is, this person still feels something about you and them lingering in the background, which has driven them to have strong interest in you, all right? This person may also be thinking in some way, shape, or form that potentially now, for whatever reason, maybe now things can work between you and them. How they've decided that, couldn't tell you, don't know. This person, as I said also earlier, may potentially see you as a bit resistant to them, or maybe they're overthinking and just assuming you're going to be resistant to them. All right, like maybe it's not going to be so easy to get a hold of Gemini, or maybe Gemini's just going to be like not interested and give me the cold shoulder. Maybe their feelings are gone now. So this person could just be overthinking it. I don't know. And what they're hiding, it is showing that with the Two of Swords, there's strong consideration to reach out to. The page there can talk about direct messaging or just initiating the first spark, doing something. You know, everything's got to start with a brick somewhere. So this person's like, maybe I should lay the first brick with Gemini. But the question is, should I or should I not? There's clearly something that they're weighing out. And I would assume, without even clarifying it, it is whether to do so or not. In other words, is it a good idea or not a good idea? Which tells me potentially that this person probably is worried about being rejected here. How does Gemini see this person that we're spying on for Gemini? We have Moon here. We don't want to take that. We'll leave it. How does Gemini see the person that we're spying on for Gemini? So it says Nine of Wands reversed. We'll get one more card. I'm not really confident in that. How does Gemini see the person that we're spying on for Gemini? So we have the Three of Pentacles, and it was just underneath the Temperance here, which tells me, if we combine the two here, Gemini, that you see this person, whoever this individual is, as somebody that you've had difficulty getting cooperation from. All right. Clarify the Nine of Wands reversed. See what else comes out. And it says the Ace of Cups here, which is not good either. This can suggest here, Ace of Cups is a great card in the tarot because it can talk about either somebody opening up their heart. It can also talk about brand new romantic starts. But one would ask, why is it clarifying to the Nine of Wands reversed? This probably suggests you've had difficulty with this person doing that. This person may also have had a problem where you really wanted to have a romantic connection with them, but it was always kind of like up in the air, or yeah, we're kind of like dating. Well, don't you want to just do I call you? Are we girlfriend and boyfriend? I mean, we're like pretty, you know, we're like super close to that, but I just need a bit more time. You've been saying that for 3 years. What's a few more? To me, this Gemini is not good the way it looks, because it probably suggests that you have engaged this person and probably put effort towards them, but you may have felt that, I don't know, you encountered a lot of, not friction, but just you found it a bit difficult to get them to be on the same page, or you guys weren't aligned, all right? Now, with me saying that, some of you are going to be like, well, yep, that's them. What I'm saying is we don't know that they are like that now. Maybe something has changed, so I don't want that to completely taint the reading, because overall, it is suggesting someone that is interested in you, but the only thing that would really influence whether to engage this person or not is the evaluation. And if this actually happens for somebody, the question of are they different? Are you seeing things that suggest they have truly changed, or, you know, maybe you guys would be a better match now? Maybe that could be a different thing. But if it's the same old kind of person that hasn't really done anything to change their life, this may be something you'll pass up on. All right? Especially the more mature or older you are, because a lot of people, when they get older, are just not gonna, if this is true, like what it was saying here, are just not gonna put up with that. They just don't want to deal with like the, you know, like trying to run around after someone to try and get them to see something so you guys can get on the same page, you know. But it's overall not a bad reading, Gemini. So take what you will. Leave me a like if you got something out of that, Gemini. I would appreciate it. Cancer. Tell about the person our Cancers want to spy on. Who is this person? What can we know? What can I know? What can Cancer know? Apparently it says the devil. Some of you may be dealing with the Lord of Darkness. I'm just kidding. All right, let's not get carried away with ourselves. But it is possible. Just saying. Whoever this person is, it is immediately describing as somebody that you have had a long-term infatuation with, somebody you've potentially had an unhealthy connection with, dysfunctional connection with. may not even know why you still care about this person, have absolutely zero reasons to care about this person, but for some reason still can't get enough of them, or still they stay in your mind. There could be unhealthy reasons, like an endless amount of unhealthy reasons, just kind of fill in your reason as to why your mind wanders to this person. This could be a situation where it's like, yeah, I know they're bad, and I know I shouldn't, whatever, about, think about this person, but I still do, all right? Now, one thing that I want to clarify here is that this can also suggest that irregardless, it doesn't matter. It does not matter if you're 2,000 miles away from this person. It doesn't matter if you have 20 brick walls between you and this person. Doesn't matter if you have blocked this person on every last social media platform on history. The devil energy knows no bounds, meaning that it is something that manifests in one's mind. So it's pretty much an illusion that gets created by the beholder, you, them, or both. Meaning that unhealthy obsessions can, like I said, you can be 20 walls away from this person and still obsess about them, or sometimes have dirty thoughts about them. There's all kinds of weird things that can come with the devil energy. But whichever way we spin it, is talking in some way, shape, or form something that is unnatural or unusual as far as a connection with this person. Maybe you just had a really, I don't know, just not a good connection with them. Found that they were one-sided, or maybe you participated in that. Doesn't mean to say you were a saint either. You might have had your own problems as well, Cancer. I don't know that. I'm not saying to all of you, but some of you. All right. Tell us about this person being described as the devil for Cancer. What can we know about this person's thoughts? What are they thinking towards Cancer? So it says the Ace of Wands reversed. What else is this person thinking about? It says the King of Cups reversed. Both of these are negative. This is suggesting somebody that is shut off, or something around potential delays, or they don't see any potential. For what reason, I don't know. Why is this person thinking about Ace of Wands reversed towards Cancer? Okay, we have the Ten of Pentacles. That's I won't talk too much about this, because here's the thing. This is immediately would ask the question in my mind of, what are we even doing this reading for? Because this is automatically suggesting someone not seeing like a connection of some sort going anywhere, or a future with you. It can't be that straightforward. Maybe not seeing a future, maybe more of a delay. All right, this person may actually see potentially things are delayed between you and them, or it's not going anywhere right now. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing that would make sense here. How does this person see Cancer? The person that we're spying on for Cancer, how do they see Cancer? Seven of Swords. Oh my God. This reading really might have come... Shit, even the card was trying to run off of here. This reading probably came out of hell, if I'm honest. I'm just kidding. I don't really get like super bad readings here, but how do you see you as Seven of Swords? So whoever this person is, this kind of feels that you are sneaky, or you are somebody that's trying to evade them. So let's look at the lightest possibilities here, because I know there's a variety of situations. On the lightest, this person is seeing you as a Cancer that's trying to evade them, or you're being stealthy. You may be trying to ignore them, keep a low profile. All right. This card carries a lot about, talks a lot about evasion, all right? Silence. All right, this person could also see you potentially as intelligent or somebody that is wiser than the average person. A schemer, maybe. Worst case scenario with this card is suggesting this person feels that you yourself are manipulative, or you are somebody that they can't really trust, or they're not so sure. In other words, it's like, well, I pretty much know Cancer can match me at my own bullshit. So, but I'm leaning towards it's more the lighter suggestion. What is this person hiding from Cancer? The person that we're spying on for Cancer, this devil energy, what are they hiding from Cancer? So it says the Three of Wands. This suggests a waiting energy. For what, though, I don't know. It is a movement towards energy, but I'm leaning towards this is not the. This is more them waiting on something. Clarify the Three of Wands. So we do have this king here. I find that really odd because it's showing reversed here in their thoughts. Clarify the King of Cups reversed in this person's thoughts. So let's see what we got. So we have this Knight of Cups, but it's reversed over the Seven of Swords. The person that we're spying on for Cancer, what is clouding their emotions towards Cancer? I don't even know if I can answer that, but... So it says the Temperance reversed. All right, Cancer, here's my thinking on this. This is suggesting that in their thoughts, coming back to this King of Cups reversed, as I said in the beginning of the read, is kind of negative towards you because it is talking about somebody that could be thinking about you in a cold way. This could also be kind of devious. I don't want to say devious thoughts, but it can be just unusual thinking as well. The King of Cups, when it's reversed, can talk about strong emotions as well. Attachments is, you know, where there's sometimes it's unhealthy. It could be obsessions in some ways. The reversal can always, while it can say it's somebody that's being kind of shut off and cold, it can also talk about obsessive, worsening of the card, which we already have this to suggest that. So this person may have some unhealthy, I don't know, attachments to you, but whichever way we spin it, in this scenario, it wouldn't be healthy. All right, so we're past normal at this point. Again, this comes back to that I don't know what I like about them or why I still think about them, which again is suggesting some type of attachment without explanation. And what they're hiding, this person is still, in my opinion, romantically interested to you. It directly negates what they're thinking about. So, in my opinion, what is going on here is that this person in some ways is telling themselves that they shouldn't give a shit about you or they should not care. But the reality is that when push comes to shove, behind closed doors, this person is still waiting romantically. Could this be that one, like, I don't know. I don't think this person probably even expects anything will ever go anywhere. But it's just unusual because it almost implies that maybe this person still, for whatever reason, I don't know, just is wondering if something between the both of you will change, and if, I don't know, the stars align, you suddenly, I don't know, wake up a completely different person that now just suddenly works incredibly well with them. It only took 25 years. That's possible here, but let's be honest, it's not like, I don't know. I'm like, are your odds better with the lottery at this point? I'm not sure. All right. This is suggesting here, with the Knight of Cups being horizontal here, again, some uncertainty about whether to approach you or not. When I asked about that, it is suggesting Temperance reverse, that you two have imbalance with each other, or you're not, or there's concern around your differences, or clicking with each other, or something like that. Which tells me that, I don't know for a fact, but it's suggesting potentially at this point in time you are both on different pages where you're at in life. Okay. So in summary, Cancer, what did we learn here? This is some person that most aligns with a person that you had a long, potentially a long, high possibility for a tumultuous kind of relationship, unusual relationship, unhealthy relationship. Fill in the blank. Everybody's got a different story about what that might have been for them, right? The main thing that's driving this person is potentially an unhealthy interest in you. I don't think this person, if I'm honest, I do not think this person is stalking or going that far or anything like that. This is most likely something that they just keep in the background. All right. I think this person just maintains constant interest in you, but doesn't really understand it. It suggests that their emotions in some ways are a bit clouded, but behind closed doors, this person does still have interest, but it is suggesting that they don't reveal it. Why they're hiding it. What their rationale is for that, I don't know. Maybe they don't want you to know that, all right? This person, oddly, is indifferent to you, but again, what they're hiding counters that. So it's like they've got like two different energies. One is trying to suggest like, I'm going to counter Cancer or whatever, and the other is like, I can't live without Cancer. The biggest thing that's holding us or dividing you and this person is this Temperance reverse, suggesting that there's certain qualities or aspects that don't align. In other words, there's something that, like, when you two get together, it just doesn't work. Okay. Whether that's changed at this point in time, I don't know. Most likely, this person is going off of past experiences and not present experiences. All right. We have this Eight of Cups here. Maybe they're contemplating walking away, just leaving. How does Cancer see this person? This person that we're spying on for Cancer? What can we know? So it says the Six of Pentacles. Let's find out. Why does Cancer see this person as Six of Pentacles? What can we know? It says Four of Wands. It said, I don't, look, normally I would just pass on this and not even read it, but given that I got so much flack for that the last time, I'll just read it, all right? It is suggesting, because to me it doesn't really make sense here, it's suggesting that you see this person as somebody that was quite giving to you, or somebody that was very interested in trying to do things for you, or was open to, like, I don't know, this could have been a person that was like I will take care of things, or I can, or, you know, do you want to come out to dinner? I'll do blah, blah, blah. You know, it could have been somebody like that. Whether they were truly always like that, I don't know. But it's suggesting it was somebody that was always trying to either buy you things, do stuff for you, right? The Six of Pentacles can be a very generous card. Doesn't mean to say it's a good person. It just means that they may have, like, giving or doing stuff or trying to impress is something that they attempt to do. Whether they do a good job of it or not is another story. But it's suggesting when it came to you, this person seemed to, I don't know if that's how you see them. Apparently, they must have left an impression somehow. The Four of Wands reversed is suggesting that it's either an ex-partner, but is also suggesting things didn't work out. Whenever the Four of Wands is reversed, it can suggest things becoming stalled, becoming crazy, hectic, out of control, dysfunctional, unstable, couldn't make it work, wasn't any success, underperformed. You get the idea. So, but in my opinion, that Six of Pentacles could be relevant here because, again, it comes back to this. So somebody was obsessed or got a little bit attached to a Cancer, or maybe you were to them too. I'm assuming you might have been too. There could have been a lot of, like, I can't say no to Cancer, even though I really shouldn't buy that $200 steak dinner because Cancer always rips me off every time, but I can't say no. The promise of more later. And then the crab goes in the shell and you get nothing. Good luck to you, Cancer. That's what I got for your reading. Sounds like an interesting peach. Enjoy your dessert. It's on the house. Leo. Somehow the person, our Leos, are not... Oh, we're not doing that video. Tell me about the person our Leos want to spy on. Who is that person? What can we know about them? What can Leo know about this person? Person we are spying on for Leo. So we have the Strength. It is reversed. Why the Strength reversed? Can we clarify it? says the Five of Swords. Well, whoever this person is, Leo, is somebody that you gave up on them, all right? The Strength reversed is somewhat quite pessimistic of an energy because it is telling us that you may view this person as a hopeless situation. Whether you attempted to try and, I don't know, reconcile with this person, maybe you only dated them one time, but you put a lot of effort into it. There could be a variety of reasons, but this card does not spell confidence when it's reversed. It can suggest quite the opposite, and there's a lot of reasons why somebody may lose confidence. Could it be that you just cannot seem to communicate the same message to this person? Like you tell them one thing and they do the other? That could be frustrating. Maybe this person said they were going to do something and they never did. However, there's a high possibility that this person may potentially have seen things in a different way. So there could have just been a confliction of values or how they were viewing things. All right. The reason I'm saying that is because we have the Five of Swords here, which tells us that there could have been some degree of, this won't apply to all of you, but it could have gone as far as arguing or fighting between each other, or just disagreements, you know, like sometimes where people are not openly fighting with each other, but there's like some passive aggressiveness where it's like you kind of know that they're annoyed or they're kind of ignoring you, but it's like, well, I'm not being rude to you, but you know, all their actions are suggesting that they're really aggravated with you. So don't you hate that? I really do. I hate that when it's like you get a person that they won't tell you that they have like something's bothering them about you or something that was said. They'll just kind of do a very quiet pouting where it's like, you need to figure it out. This person, I'm not saying was like that, but I'm just giving an example, all right? Five of Swords can directly talk about a loss. Not for the victor, not just for the victor, but for you too. All right? It's a loss for everybody, meaning that despite this person winning, in other words, whether it was you or them, the end result was the whole situation got nuked. Everybody lost. It's like fighting over which flower we should have in the garden. And then by the time we've done arguing and fighting and pulling at the thing you planted and the thing I planted, the whole garden looks torn up. Well, you know, you could pretty much say that even if one person got their way, the entire yard is just wrecked. So nobody won. But, so how is that going on in this situation here? I don't know exactly how that would look in real life, but it is suggesting a Leo that probably got tired of it and was just like, this is never going to work. Story of my life. Tell us about the person we're spying on for Leo. This person that Leo gave up on. What is this person thinking about towards Leo? So we have this Page of Pentacles. What else is this person thinking about? We have the Eight of Cups reversed. This immediately is suggesting this person is either A, wanting to reconcile with you, or at least B, make some attempt to return to you, to chat, grab a bite to eat, gauge your interest, send you a winky emoji for no reason, and you're like, what does that even mean? Maybe I should text them back. Before you know it, you guys are talking again. All right? Wow, we've been talking for 5 hours, and it all started with a winky emoji. You really wheeled me in with that one. Next day, fuck you! I'm not saying that would happen, all right? The Eight of Cups, when it's reversed here, this is suggesting in this person's thoughts, they are considering the potential of returning to a situation. The problem with this is that with the Eight of Cups energy, it oftentimes in the upright is telling us that things in life, for whatever reason, just don't work out. It's supposed to be the best job you've ever had in your life. 2 months later, you you couldn't for the life of you figure out why life cursed you to this job, despite it 2 months before being it was supposed to be the career of a lifetime, right? Life throws those curveballs where things that look like they should work for whatever reason don't work, right? So we have to walk away. We have to leave those situations. And sometimes people get invested into situations they strongly want to work, or they put effort and time into. But again, life has other plans and they have to walk. But when you leave that situation, you still invested and wasted time, money, or I don't know, your emotions, right? So you're technically leaving something behind. It's not like you're walking out unscathed, right? Nobody wants to waste their time. You can't get it back. So this card talks a lot about that. But the reversal can suggest going back. Now there's a con and a pro. The pro is that all that work and time that you put into it is still potentially there. In other words, the familiarity, you know, you guys will know each other, you know your history, you've probably discussed private matters and things, so you might be on the page in certain things. So there's that. But the other problem is that the unnecessary or unwanted parts, which is the past bad memories or issues or things that happened between you that may have generated some type of negativity between the both of you. That most certainly is still there. This person's aware of that, right? It's like, for example, if you had like a relationship that went on for 5-10 years and that person then you found out had been cheating for a year, well, even if that person breaks up with that person and you guys take a time out for a year and then you come back with each other and they're now like a reformed Christian, been baptized, and God gifted them the miracle to part water and they're demonstrating that to you, they can do all of that, but at the end of the day, you still know at the back of your mind they cheated. So it doesn't really matter, you know? And this can be that issue. Sometimes these past issues can taint the situation. So it's telling us this person's reflecting on that. That if I go back to Leo, I am aware that there was some past issues. That could be something I really need to examine if it's a good idea or not. Why am I saying that? Because this person is considering getting their foot in the door. My assumption with that energy is it is a card that would most align with somebody being not too assertive or anything. It is just more of a calmer approach. How would that potentially look in real life? Hey, I heard a song about you, it's just, it reminded me of you. Something very kind of neutral to kind of fish and see if you're going to reply back. Oh, what was that song? Conversation starts. All right, that's getting your foot in the door. This energy would align with that. Now, always remember with the pages, they can always progress to a knight, meaning that things can push forwards. This person may be interested in seeing if that's possible. Doesn't mean to say they're doing it. They're just could be possible with you. So, what do we learn here? This person has conflicting energies. One says probably shouldn't, and the other says why not? How does this person that we're spying on for Leo see Leo? Says the 8 of Wands. What does that tell me? Why do they see Leo as the 8 of Wands? So we got some Sagittarius energy. Clarify 8 of Wands. So we have this, that doesn't even make sense. I really want to take this upright, and normally I would, but we'll keep it reversed. Because again, people complained about it. Why do you have to do that? Because that's what I do. It's what I like to do. All right. Clarify 8 of... Clarify the 8 of Wands. One more time. If this was in the upright, this message would be a lot easier. But the fact that it's reversed kind of complicates it now. And we come back to this energy again. Oh. What is stumping me with this energy here, Leo, is that how this person sees you. This makes sense already because it's pretty much what I just discussed, all right? We already went over the 5 of Swords and whatever. So this person sees you as either a source of conflict. This can talk about a failed start with you romantically. Can also see that your heart's closed, or they might see you as not interested in a romantic situation with them or anything like that. But what is confusing me is this energy here because it doesn't really align with this at all. It's like it can be a card of quick communication or rapid development, but it's like to what? It's a very positive card, the 8 of Wands. But again, what it's really suggesting or how they see you, it doesn't make sense to me. Let's see what they're hiding, and then we'll potentially come back to that. Tell about the person that we're spying on for Leo. What is this person hiding from Leo? So it says the 10 of Cups. This is very favorable to you. Why are they hiding the 10 of Cups? What is the problem? So it says the 5 of Cups is the problem. How does Leo see this person we're spying on for Leo? Says the Ace of Wands reversed. So what this is saying here and what they're hiding, this person still has strong, either a connection to you in some way, shape, or form. 10 of Cups is the best you can get in the tarot, right? This oftentimes talks about somebody that still has some sort of feelings for you in this particular reading. It would suggest strongly they have some degree of feelings for you or a connection of some sort. Most times what will drive that is familiarity. All right. We already see that. I told you earlier that this person's already contemplating coming back to the situation. Whenever somebody returns to a situation, despite knowing that maybe they shouldn't, it's one thing that's driving it. It's their emotions. It's not their logical mind. Their logical mind is telling them, you probably shouldn't do that. But the emotions oftentimes override logic. In this case, that kind of seems to be a potential case here. This person's emotions are getting them. All right. Now, when I talk about emotions, we have to remember something here. What does that look like to this person? I don't know. All right. Everybody expresses, emotions differently. Some people it's very strong, and other people it's very subtle. All right. This person is hiding that. So obviously, in some ways, maybe they don't want you to really know how much interest they truly have in you. I would assume that there's something that you do, Leo, or something you did in the past that still allures them. All right. This person is still very, I think in some ways, a bit pessimistic, though, about things not going well between the both of you or just being rejected. I'm still not 100% on what that is implying there. If this person's just wanting to, like, if they reach out to you, too fast, maybe it could be a problem of some sort. All right. It's kind of suggesting this person still has disappointment here with the 5 of Cups. All right. So when we combine the two here, it's almost implying that there is some degree of regret. In other words, maybe it wasn't, This could be a scenario, if I had to take a gander here, Leo, where it's somebody that maybe is only appreciating something a little bit more down the road. I'm not saying this person's worshiping the ground you walk on, but it just could be somebody that's like, maybe it wasn't so bad. Maybe they've grown up or they changed a little bit. And now they're kind of reflecting that, the grass wasn't greener, or the next relationship they had, if they even had one, maybe it just was like really lackluster. And they're kind of like, maybe I had it pretty good. All right? Something's driving it, for sure. When I asked how you're seeing it, though, the Ace of Wands reversed, you're not seeing anything. It's suggesting either you just don't see anything starting, or them not participating, taking action, or doing anything. Or things maybe just be stalled. All right. Worst case scenario with Ace of Wands energy is potential tension. That can talk about explosive energy in some cases. But that is more when there's not really, there could be confusion on how to initiate something. So it could just lead to tension. In other words, fumbling the football a lot. I do wonder with this if it could be suggesting you have made your voice assertive or known to this person pertaining to this. In other words, they may expect that you're quite reactive to them, Leo. I'm kind of taking a bit of a stretch on that, but it can suggest potentially a Leo that was quite, like, you're quite vocal about your viewpoint and how you feel about things. This person may be aware of how you react. All right. But overall, what is my impression here, Leo? In summary, this is a person which it seems and it suggests strongly that there is some type of conflicted energy between the both of you. If I had to take a gander, it is based on how it's showing here. It's suggesting that you may be a bit more resistant to this person. Could it be that you're just disappointed in their how things went in the past, or maybe it's something they did? Maybe in reality you are still kind of open to them, but you're putting this wall up to them because you feel it's the right thing to do. This person does want to, it seems like it's suggesting they want to reconnect with you. But again, it does kind of suggest this person's aware that it could be a conflicted, like, kind of situation, or it could become problematic. So one would really ask if this person's just kind of looking at it like, maybe I should just kind of like continue to hide my feelings for Leo and not poke the fire. This is also a slight clue, this Five of Cups energy, because it can tell us that this person is probably still regretful. And if we had to guess what are they regretful about, it's potentially how things went or losing a situation. I don't think this person's obsessed with you. There's nothing to suggest that, but it is just telling us that there's a degree of, I don't know, still interest in you. All right. Best case scenario, if this person does come around, as I gave an example earlier, Leo, they would approach in a very careful way. Something just boring. That would be my guess. It could just be something like they would do as neutral, and it's just to kind of gauge where you're at. Leave me a like if you got something out of that. Totally done with that reading. That was like a 24-minute reading. You guys got like a bonus with that. Virgo. A card already comes out and who this person might be. It says the King of Pentacles. Something magical about that? Well, most certainly keep that. So, tell us about a person that we are spying on for Virgo. Well, it already says the King of Pentacles. Why did we get... what do we need to know about the King of Pentacles? Why is it describing them like that? So it says Judgment reversed. We'll come back to this. Tell us about the person that we're spying on for Virgo. What is this King of Pentacles going into Judgment reverse. What are they thinking about towards Virgo? We get this King of Cups reversed. Seen that card way too many times today. Let's try the Banana Tarot. What else is this person thinking about? Alright, we got... No, that's too many cards. We'll take the Lovers reverse. I'm going to put it at the top here because I got like 3 cards. But the Lovers was upright. One more card and what this person is thinking about towards Virgo. Okay, we get a card. So we have the 10 of Wands. Why is this person thinking about the 10 of Wands in relation to Virgo? It says 2 of Wands here. There, I swear to God, there was some other read, and I don't know if it was Aries. It's one of the readings, either Aries, Taurus, or Gemini. I suppose that's not very helpful, but I'm almost positive I got this combination just with different cards in different deck. Or it was 3 of Wands. I think it was 3 of Wands going to 10 of Wands. But I'm only pointing it out because maybe there's some synergy in that reading. I don't know. There was something like this in one of those readings. So this is suggesting here, Virgo, some person that seems to be just plain and simple, very uncertain or conflicted with you. All right. This isn't tremendously clear, this 10 of Wands here, because this can talk about, like, they're thinking about something that is challenging in some ways. The energy is very generalized, but it's going to this 2 of Wands, which can tell us that there's some decision that's very conflicting for them to make. Or they're putting a lot of thought into it. I don't want to clarify this, but we'll try and clarify the 2 of Wands because I'm still not 100% certain. It just seems like very generalized what it's saying. Clarify the right wand. Okay, a card comes out. So we have Death reversed. Well, I don't know. Maybe we'll take this. What is this? And 3 of Pentacles. Fuck, I'm going to take it with the Death reversed. Clarify the left wand. Okay, a card comes out. It says the Hierophant. Both of these are good. Clarify the left wand one more time. So we have 7 of Pentacles reversed. Okay, so that's not good. Whoever this person is, this actually does help. Whoever this lovely person is somebody that is reflecting on a situation with you, but one of the driving problems in this is a lot of uncertainty. What this potential uncertainty seems to fester around is this 2 of Wands here. Death reverse going to 3 of Pentacles is positive because what it can suggest on the right wand is, and we're just going to view this as a potential decision. Remember, the Wand's energy is not thinking, well, it is to a degree, but it is decision with action, right? This is like, I have the choice between to go to the Circle K gas station or the 7-Eleven gas station. Both of them are going to get the job done, but I can only choose one to go to. So technically you are making a logical decision, but you're also doing it. So I choose to go to Circle K. I'm going to get in the car and drive there. All right. So this is suggesting potentially this person is looking at a past situation with you. The death being reversed here tells us that it's unresolved or it's an old situation. Three of Pentacles can be cooperating, working with each other on it. In this case, it would be trying to, what's the word I'm looking for? Reconciliation, right? This is a great suggestion that this person is considering the possibility of you and them working things out. The left one is kind of, it's not entirely bad, but it is negative because with the Hierophant being here, it is somebody that is looking at the values or how you guys are aligned. Most times with the Hierophant, it is very, this card can talk about people that have strong religious views. It can talk about strong, good, like moral values in their family. It could be a person that values their children, and it's like, you know, this is a strong mother or a strong father that really puts their kids first no matter what, you know, and wants them in the best schooling or whatever, or wants them to be in church on Sundays, or has a very structured way. It doesn't have to be that perfect. I'm just giving examples. But it can be somebody that has a rhyme and a reason to their life. Like you can go and ask them and say, yeah, I'm Jewish. I'll tell you all about it. All right? So there's some reflection of that with you. In other words, this person seems to think that you have some kind of values or morals or something like that that potentially could conflict with them. All right? The only reason I'm suspecting that is because it's showing up here. So one would assume if he or she is thinking about this, it must be because they're concerned about a confliction potentially. All right. The Seven of Pentacles reversed is kind of negative because it's evaluating results, but it is also suggesting something that's probably been done more than once. In other words, it could have been like a conflict with that in the past that didn't work. All right. You know, if you've got two different people that have, I'm just using this as an example, have two different religious backgrounds. One is an Islamic person and the other is a Christian. They may love each other, but that could be a strong problem because both are going to value their religious views quite strongly. How do you make that work? It may not. This person seems to be concerned around something around like that could repeat, or it's been a past issue, or there could be some issue around that with your values. All right. This person, in some ways, is thinking, Virgo, that trying to resolve this or make that work with you overall, whatever the decision is, it could be, it's like a difficult or it could be tough. All right. Boy, that took a long time to explain, but hopefully that makes sense. All right. Clarify this King of Cups reverse. Three of Swords. This is very negative here because it's suggesting that whatever this person, the last time they separated from you, did lose a lot of their emotional connection to you, or they're kind of closed off. I don't think they personally don't care or love you. I think this person still actually does have emotions for you, but it's just suggesting they're shut off. This person seems to be reflecting on it. I mean, if I'm honest with you, Virgo, this person kind of seems like one would even ask the question of why they're here. Because with how the cards look, it doesn't really strike me as a person that would really be considering you as an option. But for some reason, their energy's here, which tells us that they do. And this is the only clue suggesting a potential reunion or connection, or let's have another shot. Let's reheat up that situation. How does this person see Virgo? It says the Queen of Pentacles. So they may just see you as somebody that is familiar, stable to them. All right. If you are somebody that's holding down a job, or you have your own apartment or your own house. This could be a strong association to this card because it does talk about a man or a woman, more so a woman, but if you're a guy watching, you can just flip it to a king. It's just somebody that's got their shit together, all right? You're self-sufficient. You're also open to accommodating a family, or this person knows you can do that, all right? Suggesting some degree of maturity. This person, I can tell you right now, and what am I saying? This is the King of Pentacles, so there has to be some strong alignment between the both of you. Whoever this person is, I can almost guarantee has to have some very similar goals, or the way that they conduct themselves in life. It has to be very similar to yours, but perhaps your standards are very high, Virgo, or theirs are. I'm not really sure, because why is this Hierophant energy being considered? Like, something may not work out between them. I mean, are they that picky, or are you that picky? Or both. Maybe both of you are. This to me also kind of suggests, this would most also be like a couple that's definitely like, has to be quite mature. I know all of us want to say that, but I mean, this is probably not the type of people here, I would assume in this reading, whether I'm saying Virgos or this person, that would be pretty reckless. This seems like more of a stable, like, people that really wouldn't, like, be out partying or do anything like that. Like, partying for them is like going to, like, some fancy restaurant with a couple friends and having a glass of wine and maybe playing some golf and having a couple beers or something like that. You know, keeping it conservative, mature. How does this person see Virgo? We got 2 cards. I'm putting that back. I guess the Emperor, that doesn't tell me anything. Why does this person see Virgo as the Emperor? Says the Fool reversed. What the hell does that mean? Tell me about the Emperor. Why the Emperor? Why do they see Virgo as the Emperor? I don't understand that. Card comes out. This is Ace of Wands, but I don't really see or know why they see you in that energy. It's a masculine energy. It's a dominant energy. It would be more something that would be aligning to them. Why they're seeing you like that. It says the Ace of Wands and it says Fool reverse. They both counter each other. My best guess on what this is suggesting here, Virgo, is this is talking about somebody that is very strategically cautious. The Fool reverse does suggest in the tarot somebody that, it can talk about in the reverse somebody that is being overly reckless or stupid or just takes too many risks, but it can also suggest somebody that is overly cautious, very cautious. The Emperor is a very structured energy, and this is an opportunity card. So this is almost, if we add it all up, it is in some ways suggesting somebody that is very cautious about taking opportunities, right? The Emperor is also somebody that is very, again, it's a more masculine energy. So why that, you know, if you're female, I don't really know how that applies to you. You can talk maybe that they see you in a very masculine energy, all right? Whatever. Let's move on from that. What is this person hiding from Virgo? Person we're spying on for Virgo, what are they hiding from Virgo? So we've got the 10 of Cups. Why is this person hiding the 10 of Cups from Virgo? There was another reading again that had, and somebody was hiding the 10 of Cups. I don't know, you could, it was either Gemini or Cancer. Again, they got something like this in what they're hiding, so could it be the same synergistic reading? You can check that out. Clarify the 10 of Cups. Why are they hiding this? Okay, a card comes out. It says the Queen of Cups reversed. Well, this does tell us a lot here, because this is suggesting only one person, that would be you. And I find this very interesting, and this tells us a stronger picture now. All right. We have this king here that seems to be showing the Three of Swords, which is the card of pain and disappointment in the tarot. You can talk about separation and breakup. Why is this person thinking about that? Now we have a queen here that is shut off as well. But this is showing the direct opposite, a connection. All right? You can talk about strong bonds, past romances, things that are going well. You can talk about marriage. You can talk about long-term connections, things going well, abundance, joy, blessed, feeling blessed, great life. With you, of course. But the Queen's reversed here. So there's some concern that this person has that, you know, maybe to this day they feel in some ways that you don't really, you're shut off to them. In other words, there was a time and place where that Queen was loving and open, but no longer. This person is hiding the fact that they still reflect on positive times with you or a positive connection. So that is directly driving this person, which is why they're thinking about the separation. So that pretty much tells us everything we need to know for this reading. In summary, Virgo, this is a person that is being described as the King of Pentacles. I already kind of told you this is most likely somebody that's structured, mature. It's also suggesting a Virgo that is the same. All right. If I had to take a guess, it's almost implying both of you had very similar qualities or values. Again, leaning towards mature kind of stuff. Less likely to craziness, like going out to bars and getting wasted until 3 in the morning. That kind of stuff it's not really suggesting. This person was directly contemplating, I would guess, family stuff or long-term connections. This person could be cautious themselves. They may be trying to make a very good decision. They may not want to waste your time, but they're having a hard time. It's like, maybe I should or maybe I shouldn't. This person's directly weighing out the emotions of the connection between you and them. This person may see you as a very structured but difficult person to approach. I don't really think this person's very confident in how they're going to approach you. Whether their concerns are true or not is another story. This person does see you in a positive light. And again, suggests that you and them have qualities aligned with each other, which is probably another reason that's driving this person. Also pointed out there was some concern about you and them may not have agreed on everything. You got close, but there was probably something that was quite a big reason. It had to have been a big reason. The most common one that I've said many times in the past is either a religious one or the political one. The day that I found that, she was a Democrat and I was a Republican, we loved each other, but God, I just wasn't going to wear that fucking Kamala Harris shirt. So that could have been a reason. But use your own reason, whatever you want, Virgo. But going to the Judgment reverse, this is telling us this person is just not sure if you guys are aligned for each other, but what's driving them is their past feelings for you. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it could work. But should I? Thank you for watching, Virgo. Hopefully you get something out of that. Leave a like if you did. Like everyone today is getting along the reading, so. Does the Queen still care about this person? Or will these two forever remain disconnected from each other and just be from afar? Very good reading too. Very synergistic energy to get both of those. So, getting some pretty good reads tonight. Libra. Read all about it. It's Libra. Tell about a person that we're spying on for the sign of Libra. Who is this person and what can we know? It says the King of Swords. Wow. One would ask, is that me? I hope not. I don't know what else to say about this. It's just showing a King of Swords. So this could be a person that's very logical. Typically, the King of Swords is a bit standoffish, a bit guarded. Like the Queen, he is holding a sword, which does suggest he is a fair person, or tries to be, or tries to embrace morality. But one has to remember, it's how he sees the world, or how she sees the world. If you're a guy, just flip it, all right, to a queen. So, oftentimes these can be intelligent people, or at least in their eyes, they think they are. Most suitable for judges, police officers in a position of authority or power, politicians. Why? Because they know. They just know better. Which I personally find is a factually accurate statement, given I'm an Aquarius. Tell me about this person that is a King of Swords for our Libra. What is this person thinking about? What are they thinking about? says the Lovers. Very positive. And what else? It says the Seven of Pentacles reversed. Wah wah. And there was another card I could have swore flipped up. Or maybe not. I was almost convinced that there was some other card that did a little magical flippy flip, but alright, maybe I'm imagining things. Alright. Clarify the Seven of... That is, yeah, there's Seven of Pentacles reversed. I don't really use that deck that very often. It says the High Priestess. Clarify the High Priestess. What is going on in this person's mind? The person that we're spying on for Libra. Why the High Priestess? It clarifies with the Lovers. Wow. How about that? Well, don't pop the champagne yet. It's going to the Seven of Pentacles reversed. I guess the only thing we got to clarify is why is the Lovers here? Why is the Lovers in what their thoughts? What interests them about that card? Come on now. It's just Three of Wands. What was the problem with the Lovers? The person that we're spying on for Libra, what was the problem with the Lovers? It says the Four of Swords. One has to ask, is this going to be one of those rabbit hole questions where we'll just go down a descending tunnel and never find the answer? Or we'll get answers, just not the one I want. Clarify what was the problem with the Lovers going to the Seven of Pentacles reversed? Why is this person thinking about that? So it says the Ace of Cups reversed. Oh, okay. I'm still not entirely... Alright, I'll just tell you what I'm seeing. Alright. Whoever this person is most certainly, as I said, somebody that seems to be a little bit on the more logical, rational side. Alright, which tells us that there's less of an emotional side to this person. Right? Doesn't mean to say they don't have one, but it's just in this energy suggesting that. In their thoughts, there is a contrasting energy of the Lovers. The Lovers is a very good card in the tarot, but it does talk about potential pathways a person has to take. It can talk about choices of Lovers. All right. While this depiction shows one person, a man and a woman, in reality, it can talk about potentially more than one soulmate. All right. So this person seems to be spending a lot of time thinking about this. In other words, if we're applying a Libra in this situation, it's got to be looking at where you are aligning or fitting in with that picture. It's very positive, this energy, because it can tell us that one is saying that they're seeing alignment, where maybe there's values that are synergistic, there's, I don't know, past things, like maybe you have similar pasts. It could be you guys, I don't know, your communication is very similar. There's got to be a lot of things that are clicking, all right? But this is going to the Seven of Pentacles reverse, which is a negative energy, because it tells us in some ways that things failed or didn't work at some point. Whenever Seven of Pentacles is upright, it is an evaluation card, but most times it is talking about things going well. In other words, you executed, you planned something, and it delivered. You got results from it. But the reversal is saying something, in some way, shape, or form, didn't go to plan. This is like planting a tree that bears no fruit when it clearly said it was an apple tree on the package. One would ask, why did that happen? Results were not as expected. All right. But it can also talk about repetitive cycles. Again, someone knowing that tree didn't bear fruit and wasting time going to plant it all over again. All right. It can start to bleed into the definition of insanity, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Why is this person thinking about that? Going to the Lovers. The High Priestess is telling us there is some conscious and unconscious decision thinking going here. In other words, it's definitely on their mind. All right. There is, if we're looking at from maybe an intuitive and a spiritual standpoint, it can also kind of suggest that this person kind of feels like maybe certain things feel right. But even if that is true, it is still suggesting that there's some degree of doubt. Like, I don't know what to think of it because something's not right. This doesn't really tell me much because this is just suggesting it's just good. It's just someone that is evaluating or wanting to potentially take something to the next level. But this can also, to some extent, like imply a person that is kind of waiting on results or waiting to see how something, turns out. It's one away from the Two of Wands, which oftentimes suggests that a person makes a decision, embarks on it, goes into this energy, and either it's going to work out or it's not, right? It might take longer than a day to get results. It might take a couple years before you guys get to where you want to be, whether that's maybe living together or you're not living together. So I'm still not 100% on that, but that's my guess. So there's some type of contrasting energy going on here. One's positive, one's not. In my opinion, this is also somebody that's reflecting on the good and the bad. So it's basically like they're trying to weigh out like which one is better. Like, is there more good than bad? How does this person see Libra? So it says the Six of Cups reversed. Why did they see Libra as Six of Cups reversed? So I'm going to take that because I split the deck right on Eight of Cups. You have Queen of Cups reversed. I'm going to take that too. And I'm going to take this Eight of Cups reversed. And the two... Oh, fuck me. I could take all of this. And there's the King. Look at that. Fuck, we'll just take him for good measure. This is suggesting this person sees you as somebody that either you left or they did. But it's showing that Queen reversed here. The Six of Cups reversed is again talking about something that potentially already occurred. It already happened. It's been over, but it's in the past. But it's not a positive experience. The upright of the Six of Cups tells us oftentimes things that it's like can be positive nostalgia, things going well. It can even talk about just good times or getting back to the basics. You know, being so free or things going so well that you can almost be a child doing it. It's like you're going back to your roots. You don't feel like all the burdens of life and stuff. Things are just good, you know. It's like catching up with your old tunes and things. But the reversal can be talking about total opposite of that. Negative experiences. Drama that occurred. Things that were said about you. Bad times. Things that didn't go to plan. An ex-partner for a reason. It didn't work. So we've got this Queen here that's reversed and someone leaving. And then we have the King also here, again. The Eight of Pentacles reversed and Two of Cups. This is a relationship that couldn't work. It could also suggest with this energy being reversed that something was tried more than once, or it was tried to be resolved or fixed, and it wasn't able to. Bad planning, bad ideas. Effort wasted. So how they see you is definitely influencing this decision. This is most certainly why this is here, because it's saying that this person is now having a contrasting where they're seeing potential, but there's a heavy reflection on the past. What is this person hiding from Libra? What are they hiding? A card comes out. It says the Ten of Pentacles. This person does see a future of some sort. Why are they hiding that? There's also a Queen here. Says the King of Wands. Tell us more about the King of Wands. Why is that the reason? Why, if they want the Ten of Pentacles, why are they in the King of Wands energy? Moon. All right, that's a problem. What this is saying and what they're hiding, Libra, there's a lot. You know, the more I do this reading, it's starting to become clear why this person's in this energy. All right. If we look at the card, just take a look at it one more time here. You can very clearly see what is that? A nuclear style family setup here. Guy's old. That's describing King of Pentacle energy, suggesting somebody that has a job, stability. There's clearly a roof over the head. She's got a baby. I get that not everybody's into a nuclear family style, but that's how it is, right? So something around that. So this person's like, yeah, there's potential around that. But this King of Wands here going to the moon it's not negative, but what it is suggesting is a king that is keeping their options open because there is a degree of unknowns or uncertainty. All right. So it's almost in some ways suggesting like while this person is interested in this, it's showing an independent energy. But it's coming back to the moon energy, which is clouding things. And we already know that to be true here. All right. We have this, which is adding as a confliction. And we also have all of this that I talked about, which is adding as a confliction. So it is suggesting a king that is not committing. All right. Why do I know that? Because in the tarot, the King of Wands is the most certain of all the kings. When they see what they want, they don't hesitate. They go for it. It is suggesting this king has clouding. In other words, I'm not sure. Even though I'm supposed to be, I'm not. All right, so we pretty much know at this point why this king's not sure. So, in what they're hiding, I don't know what to think of it. I mean, it's like, again, this person has confliction in their thoughts and what they're hiding. How does Libra see this person? Person that we're spying on for Libra. So it says the Eight of Swords. It says that you see this person as someone that potentially overthinks or over-worries or if it's not that, it could also suggest that you see this person as someone that puts you up in your head. All right, this can talk about somebody that is overthinking something or overcomplicating something. So either that's them or it's you. So So you see, if it was you, you would see this person as, again, it's like suggesting you see this person as someone that overthinks or overcomplicates something. That would actually match this energy here, Libra, because of how their energy is showing. But feel free to apply it the other way around. If you feel that's more you getting put up in your head about them. Like, they always just kind of confuse me. I don't know what to think. What else do we ask? I don't even have anything else to ask. Here's my final thoughts here. In summary, Libra, I think this person overall is a conflicted person. It suggests a lot of strong energy. That's very favorable, highly favorable to you. But it's marred and conflicted with this uncertainty, primarily about the past, and also, again, something that it's showing this energy here about almost like showing like there's a concern around lack, or it's just didn't go to plan, or there's been derailment in the past. It's very difficult to gauge what this person's motive or intention is, because they almost have equally split, where they're seeing positive and they're also seeing negative, and it's causing them to essentially be uncertain about their intention. All right. What this person will do, couldn't tell you. I actually, in most of the readings, I have an idea on where the person is going. This one, I don't. I have no clue. Good luck to you, Libra. You are a mystery prize, I suppose. Scorpio. Tell me about a person our Scorpios wants to spy on. Who is this person? What can we know? What can Scorpio know? Card comes out. Says the Ace of Swords. What do I need to know about the Ace of Swords? Why are they being described as that? It says Wheel of Fortune. What does that even suggest? We'll come back to that. I would say pretty much all the signs prior to you have had pretty decent descriptions. This one I'm not really sure why it's describing them like this. Card comes out. It says a King of Swords reversed. All right. This is a person, Scorpio, that is hoping to hear from you or a chance to talk with you again. The only way I'm able to say that is because this, for whatever reason, came out. This can talk about a king. This king being reversed is somebody that has been ignoring you, or had a grudge against you, or was holding back from you, or has been off somewhere else doing something. The king, when he's reversed, is sometimes unpredictable. Logic can be taken to the extreme. Stonewalling can go to the extreme. But, you know, it wouldn't really make sense. If this person's really wanting to talk with you, it must suggest in some ways like they're intentionally trying to hold back. Why would they do that? Maybe they don't want to look weak to you, or I don't know, in some ways, maybe you told them, never talk to me again. Fine, I won't. I definitely won't. But I can still hope we talk. All right. It's a possibility. Tell us about this person that seems to wants to talk with Scorpio. What are they thinking about? Says the 10 of Pentacles. That's very positive. Although this card definitely doesn't look like it. What else are they thinking about towards Scorpio? We have the 10 of Wands reversed. Well, that one is not so good. I've had the 10 of Wands come out a lot in some of the other reads. Why is this person thinking or wasting time thinking about the 10 of Wands reversed in relation to Scorpio? What can we know? Five of Cups there. Could be some disappointment. Says the Hermit reverse. So they've been... There's some degree of resistance towards you. This person's been like locked in thought or doesn't have an answer to something. They may have overthought a situation that's become very unproductive. It hasn't led to anything. This could be like somebody comparing what they did and what you did, and then going over it in their head a million times, and it's not leading to anything productive. That's just an example. It seems like it's weighing on them. What can we know about the 10 of Pentacles and their thoughts? This is suggesting a strong positive association to something that was good between the both of you. Most likely some type of positive memories between you and them being together. All right. If kids were involved, this would definitely be more up that alley, but that's just, it doesn't have to be. All right, I get that not everybody has kids, but if you do, it could be a baby mama, baby daddy situation. All right, 10 of Pentacles can always talk about family dynamics, relationships that go long-term, marriage, structure, foundation for that, living in a house together, living in an apartment. There's some, like, I don't know, memory. But this could have been, is a possibility, this could have been someone like that you separated from if you were married to this person. Or you were, like, you know, in a family kind of connection. Try to make it work for the kids, but it didn't. How does this person see Scorpio? But again, if you don't have kids, just leave that part out. Oh my god, we got this 8 of Wands again. I got this for another reading and it didn't make sense then, and it's not going to make sense now. Why did they see Scorpio's 8 of Wands? So we have the Ace of Pentacles reversed. This can suggest in some ways, Scorpio, that this person is in some ways feeling pressure on wondering what to do. This tells us an opportunity that has been tossed away. Either it's been tossed away or it is fading away. All right? When the reversal of the Ace of Pentacles can tell us like somebody that had something, either that was like, for example, a potential to start a business, a potential to start a family, a potential to learn a new trade or a new skill. There was some opportunity that life presented with them. But the reversal is suggesting that some way, shape or form, or something happened where it got lost. It didn't work out, right? Was it because they rejected it? Was it because both of you just didn't work? I don't know. But it's suggesting like it's slipping through one's hands. This Eight of Wands can suggest that this person's like seeing you as potentially a lost cause here, but if they may need to do something. Eight of Wands is a very fast card, is an action card. It is taking the reins of something. So this person may be kind of getting a sense of urgency that, I don't know, maybe things are just, you know, there's distance and time between the both of you could be a problem. It says Seven of Wands. This person may feel like it's that could be collapse or giving up on a situation. This reading's really painting the picture of somebody that is probably seeing this as something that's on its last leg. I'm not saying that they see the situation as a waste of time. They're just seeing that maybe there's too much distance between the both of you that it may just become a permanent, never again kind of thing. You know, like when people separate, I had this with an experience in my life where it's like I've never really regretted relationships that ended in my life and stuff like that. But there was one particular person in the past that I did regret, but I didn't see it in the moment. It took like 2 years before I started to kind of like think about it and be like, you know, actually I'm pretty good. You know, that was the only time I ever had a regret. And the problem that I had at that point was, you know, things that just, that window to kind of reconnect and everything was just, it had fizzled, you know, and even though I tried to, it was just too late. This could be like that. That's what I'm getting here. Like the window is closing. What is this person hiding from Scorpio? Person that we're spying on from Scorpio, what are they hiding from Scorpio? I'll take that. It says the Five of Cups, so we got Scorpio energy. This person is evidently upset. Suggests they're hiding it though. Or there's some degree, and this card can also talk about regret. Again, supporting my theory that I just told you about. What are they regretful about or disappointed about in relation to Scorpio? It says Eight of Pentacles reversed. What does that mean? Tell us more about the Eight of Pentacles reversed. There's too many cards, won't take that. Clarify the Eight of Pentacles reversed. It says the Four of Cups here. This is showing, this is important what it's saying here, Scorpio. In what they're hiding, as I said, it says it's showing disappointment, regret. And when we asked why, it's showing this Eight of Pentacles reversed going to this Four of Cups. The Four of Cups talks about somebody that is not seeing what they have, all right? In this, it's slightly different depending on what version of the tarot you're reading, because authors describe this card differently. But in this version, there is 3 cups, suggesting the Three of Cups, which is a very positive card in the tarot. It can be fun, exciting times, things going well, being happy with what you have, laughing, playing, can even talk about potentially the idea of getting married. There's a lot to be, a lot of positive things to say about it. But notice this person's not even looking at it. In other words, I got all this good stuff here. I got the Lambo, I got the car, I got the house, I got the woman, and where's my mind? It's going off somewhere else. It's wanting something that you don't have. But it's suggesting this is some type of regret. And it's going to Eight of Pentacles reversed, which can talk about somebody that was lazy, didn't put the effort in, or just was wasting time or not taking it seriously. The Eight of Pentacles reversed in a career setting is directly somebody that's just like showing up to a job and just like their heart's not in it. They're just not putting the effort in. It's like one of those people that like, you know, I'm just here until I get fired, you know? That's kind of what it's suggesting here, but in a relationship setting. So this person is having a regret about that. So this tells us that this person obviously, again, may not have valued what they had when they had it. It is showing some type of regret. Despite me saying this to you, all right, Scorpio, in summary, what I want to say for this reading is that this overall is a person that clearly is looking into the past, has hindsight. There is some degree of regret, as I've pointed out many times at this point. They seem to, this Ten of Pentacles tells us, and the Six of Cups strongly suggests stuff relating to family, but if you don't have one, it can talk about the idea of that, or maybe the fantasy of that, or they assume that there could have led to that. All right? I am not saying that you are diamonds and pearls, the world class, like the love of their life. It is just saying simply that they saw some type of value out of you. I just don't know in reality how that truly looks, but they saw something there. But this opportunity seems like it's, in their mind, kind of potentially fading away. But even though they're seeing it like that, it's still not really suggesting that they're going to do anything about it. It's almost like they're just kind of hoping something will happen. Why would this person be doing that? Because they may already see the situation as too late. You know, or they're just holding their tongue, like maybe it's just better not to say anything. Like, yeah, they probably don't want to hear from you at this point. It's one of those mindsets. How does Scorpio see this person? We're spying on for Scorpio. It's the last card that we're pulling. That's too many cards. Oh my God. We'll take it just because I know someone's going to be like, well, maybe that was supposed to be something. All right. You know, fuck it. I'm not going to draw on. We'll just take this. All right. It says Two of Pentacles. We've got some Capricorn energy. We have some Leo with the Strength. And then we have just general Earth with the Ace of Pentacles here. What I find incredibly interesting, now that I think about it, is that in how they saw you, the Ace of Pentacles reversed. Remember I told you about that opportunity potentially slipping away? And when I ask about you, it's suggesting there's that opportunity they were looking for. This tells me in some ways that this is for a Scorpio that is actually also hoping this person will come around. What I find very odd is that both of you have similar energies, it would suggest. Some of you may disagree and be like, I couldn't care less what happens to this person, they can kick rocks. But there has to be some Scorpio that is hoping that this person will come around. This has to be some connection that I don't think was like terrible or anything like that. It just could have been, again, maybe this person just didn't appreciate it enough and it kind of left a bad impression, at least from your standpoint. But it would tell me that something did work at some point in time. And it would almost imply that you're optimistic or hopeful that something might come around. The Two of Pentacles can also be a wish or a hope that it'll be balanced. Hopefully it'll be stable. Whether that'll actually play out, I don't know. But this can also suggest that I'm not saying that you're like literally drooling at the mouth hoping that this person's going to like drop a message or come around to you or something like that. But it's just suggesting like, you know, it wouldn't be bad if this person showed up. So it has to, in my opinion, be someone that's not overly a terrible person, right? That's what I got for you, Scorpio. Take it or leave it. Will this person do something, or are they just going to sit and hope that something's going to happen? I don't know. Maybe you need to break the ice and just find out. It's like, hey. I mean, that's assuming you know who this is. But good luck to you, Scorpio. Kind of an interesting reading. Probably all dead from listening to me ramble. Like, oh, thank God he stopped talking. Twinkie, You don't need to growl at everything. You just don't. You don't need to do that. Sagittarius. Tell me about the person out of Sagittarius wants us found. Who's this person? What can we know? What can Sagittarius know about this person? We'll use the Everyday Witch deck for your reading. Man, this card has come out so many times for so many readings and so many different decks. All right, what is so important about this Ten of Wands? All right, it's been pretty dominant in the readings today. Let's have a look at the image here. All right, we got someone that is going uphill, clearly struggling. How does it relate to this person is the question. Tell us more about the Ten of Wands. Why is this person being described as that? I like the cat's just barely holding on. It's like, work it, bitch! I'm just kidding. Clarify the Ten of Wands. It says the Seven of Swords. What the hell does that mean? Again, it shows carrying swords here, but in this case, carrying wands. There has to be some reference to the imagery with what it's trying to say. Let's see what they're thinking, and we'll come back to this. Tell me about the person that we're spying on for Sagittarius. What is this person thinking about? This person that's being described as Ten of Wands, Seven of Swords. Says the Tower reversed. First time we've seen that card today. And what else? There's too many cards. What else is this person thinking about in relation to Sagittarius? Says the Three of Cups reversed. Well, it is suggesting this person is reflecting on some significant point between you and them that did not go well. But it's not, it's more talking about the fallout between it, like how it played out and what happened and what the transition was like. So, for example, what I'm saying is this is not talking about the burning building. It's not talking about the firefighter showing up to put it out. It's talking about what happened after the fire was put out. Everybody left. What happened after that? Did the business shut down? How did things go? It's looking at that. But just in relation to you. So it's like, I guess what you did, where you went, what they did, why this person's looking at something like that. Couldn't tell you, I don't know. Tell us more about the Tower reversed. Says the Page of Swords. There's curious energy around it. Again, non-specific. Why is this person thinking about the Three of Cups reversed in relation to Sagittarius? Again, this is pairing well with each other because this person's still reflecting on something bad that happened between the both of you. They're wasting time thinking about it. In other words, what Sagittarius did and what they did. Potentially, my first guess is things you said to them, things you did to them, and things they said to you, and things they did to you. Said and did. Clarify the Three of Cups reversed. Why is that in their thoughts about Sagittarius? Card comes out. It says Page of Cups reversed. That's also quite negative. Got 2 pages here. All this is really saying is that it's still very generalized. There's a reflection on, it's like they are reflecting on the negative part of how things ended, but there's like some type of indifference to it, like just this could be finger pointing or blaming. The Page of Cups, the problem with the Page of Cups when it's reversed is that this particular card talks about somebody that is having trouble controlling their emotions, which aligns with somebody that is immature, or it could be a mature adult that is having trouble managing that aspect of maturity when it comes to their emotions. In other words, it's chaotic. Whenever it's chaotic, it reverts back to the more immature energy. So it's almost like implying this person's having a hard time controlling their emotions or something around the Three of Cups reversed, which can talk about failure, things falling through. This is like, man, you had the perfect band of friends and everything was golden. You guys did everything with each other, and then just in 1 year, one person left, another got married, and then the whole thing just collapsed. It's all over. It's gone. It sucks. Why that, what, I mean, you know, had that bitch not come around, then, you know, Toby would still be here. And, you know, had Aaron not decided to take that job, I mean, I don't know why when there was jobs around here. It's like this kind of thing, like feeling like, man, this just sucks. So something around that. But how does this person see Sagittarius? Card comes out. Says the Moon reversed. Whoever this person is has strong emotional difficulties, or something is just chaotic in their head. Tell me more about the Moon reversed. Why do they see Sagittarius like that? Again, Five of Swords. This person seems to be bothered by you. Or they're reflecting once again about something negative that happened. Why did it happen? And Sagittarius is this person. So this is the first reading of the night where this person, I can confidently say, has some degree of pointing the finger at you. But one would ask, why is this showing up here? Because clearly there has to be more to this. This card can talk about a loss for everybody. The Moon reverse can also be a worsening of either confusion, clouding, or just, I don't know. We already know this person has emotional instability. This is almost teetering to the, I don't know what the F to think. It just bothers me. What is this person hiding from Sagittarius? You really did a number under them, huh? And there's you. Look at you. Just sitting there, all confident and... I did that. Just kidding. That was me. What is this person hiding from Sagittarius? The person that we're spying on for Sagittarius, what are they hiding from Sagittarius? It says the Four of Pentacles. It's like the first time we've seen that card, but... Why are they holding on to the Four of Pentacles? Tell us more. Why are they hiding that? Okay, we're not going to use this deck. Cards like just went everywhere. Almost. Kind of caught them. Let's use the Darkwood. Why is this person hiding the Four of Pentacles? Card comes out. It says the Five of Pentacles reversed. This is a powerful combination because it is directly suggesting this person cannot let this go. Right? How am I getting that conclusion? The Five of Pentacles reversed is a card when it's in the upright, implying out in the cold, disconnected from each other. Notice this woman here is just leaving this guy in the dust. Like, I don't even care, I'm just getting gone. That doesn't really seem like a loving relationship. It kind of seems like every man for himself. All right? The reversal is reconnecting or repairing that bond or reconciliation. Things improving, coming out of a tough time. Okay. It's going to this Four of Pentacles here, which is somebody that is holding on to something or jealous or may not want to. It feels like there's not going to be another. It can talk about scarcity mindset. So this person seems to not want to really lose this, which is also showing this frustration. Whichever way we spin it, this person's way that they're conducting this or thinking is just dysfunctional. It's not really, I don't think this is very productive. It's not leading to anything. Why is this person doing this? Most likely they're hurt or disappointed or just upset with how things went, all right? But they're just not handling it well, all right? This person may also be somebody that is just feeling like life just does it to them. Just sucks. Like, Sagittarius hasn't been around for 3 years, but look what she's doing to me. Look at it. I'm still cleaning shit up. This person may have some stories they tell themselves. Just kidding. That could have been an over-exaggeration, but I couldn't steer away from the comedy for a second. How does Sagittarius see this person? This person we're spying on for Sagittarius. Queen of Cups. Some of you are going to agree with it, and others are not. But it is suggesting you still have some interest in this person. She is a queen that is open and receptive, that is definitely open for second chances if the person presents in the right way. Unfortunately, with how this person's energy looks, I don't know if they're going to get the message because they're still too busy. It's actually suggesting your energy is quite positive to them. So it's just saying you see this person as someone you could still potentially love or have emotions for. What does Sagittarius see as the challenge between Sagittarius and this person? It says the Five of Swords again. Wow. You two are peas in the pod because it's in their energy as well, in how they see you, and apparently you see them the same way. You guys obviously... All right, let's get to the final conclusion here. My final thoughts is that whoever this person is somebody that probably holds on to past frustrations. I do question if this person has trouble taking responsibility. But just because I say that does not take you off the hook, because one would argue, what did you do? What was your part? You could be equally as guilty as far as I'm concerned. But most of you are going to say, I was an angel, Wes. I was the victim here. And that's totally fine. Maybe you were. Maybe you weren't. I don't know. Whatever the case is, this person is reflecting on a blowout between the both of you. There's them clearly going for a little tumble, and I'm sure they didn't really enjoy that tumble. But whatever the case is, they are reflecting in a very chaotic energy, as I pointed out many times, that seems to be in this immature page energy. The reversal of the cups energy is even worse, because it can talk about just feeling like it's not fair. Why does this happen to me? Why she act like that? Why he act like that? I don't know. It's just kind of one of those things where it could be a bit of finger pointing. This person, how truly extreme are their emotions behind closed doors? We'll never know, because, you know, how this translates to real life could be completely different. But it is showing, nonetheless, frustration. This person and what they're hiding does still feel attached to you, or doesn't quite want to let you go. This is suggesting overall this person has potential jealousy problems, or has scarcity mindset. Like, well, you know, like maybe they don't handle rejection well, right? This Five of Swords is also concerning because it tells us in some ways that there's potential mind games that go on between the both of you. Or you guys talk with each other whenever you get into issues with each other. There's like some weird way of communicating with each other that leads to tension or competing against each other. Won't apply to all of you, but for some of you it's possible. You know, getting Five of Swords is extreme energy, because it tells us that it can even go as far as you guys will break up with each other or leave, or someone will end it. Just, you know, we won't get to that point of working it out. If something goes wrong, good luck. Everybody start running in one direction and try to keep up, because it's going to get ugly. Okay, maybe it's not that extreme. I don't know, Sagittarius. It still says that you have emotional romantic interest to this person, or you're open to a new beginning with this person. The Queen of Cups is generally receptive to things like that. But this just seems to me like somebody that is very difficult and problematic, or has that potential to be like that. I could probably say that maybe if you came around and everything was good and you guys worked it out, maybe none of this energy would be here, and there would be a totally different person. But I don't know. This could be a person wanting reality to be different than it is. But anyways. Yeah, that's what I got for you. Take it or leave it. Very chaotic energy. Wanting their Romeo and their Juliet. Maybe I described that person like a real basket case. They're probably like, I'm not like that. You always do that to me, Wes. Capricorn. I don't know what deck to use for your sign. Let's try this. I don't even really use this deck that much, but whatever. It was sticking out like a sore thumb, so maybe there's something to it. Tell us about a person that we're spying on for the sign of Capricorn. What can we know about this person? Nothing. Okay, a card comes out. It says the Four of Swords reversed. Okay. For some of you, this could have been it won't apply to all of you, but this could have been a person that you have completely moved on from, right? The Four of Swords being reversed generally tells us that if there was any period of, you know, lingering emotions and trying to get over something that was painful or bad, or you didn't, you know, just a separation. It doesn't have to be dramatic and problematic. Maybe it was just a separation. You know, it's like you're just taking some time to be single again, you know, kind of see if things will close out or whatever. It can be a period of silence, just doing you. But the reversal is telling us that that's over. One would logically look at that as, okay, you've moved on. Close the door now. So subscribing, in my opinion, with what we got here, somebody that you've closed it out with, or it's been done. What can we know about this person for Capricorn? This person we're spying on Capricorn, this individual that seems to be either Capricorn or they are done with Capricorn. It's been a while. What are they thinking about? What are they thinking about towards Capricorn? Kind of struggling to get cards here. Okay, so we get the Chariot reversed. I think that's the first time I'm seeing that card today. What else is this person thinking about towards Capricorn? I'm hesitant to take this. It didn't feel right, but we'll take it. The Page of Cups. Give me one more card on what this person's thinking about towards Capricorn. Sun reversed. Okay, we'll take that. Clarify the Sun. Why is it reversed? Here. Says the Knight of Swords here. Whoever this person is, Capricorn, the initial energy is suggesting a confliction here, which is not surprising. A lot of the reads today have suggested a contrasting energy. This read is no exception here. All right, this person is doing the same thing here. In their thoughts, the Chariot reversed is talking about oftentimes something that is stalled, it is not going anywhere, or it was facing problems or challenges that were impossible to figure out or deal with. Or it was just, they could have been dealt with, but there just wasn't enough drive to really tackle it. You know, this is like somebody's like saying, you know, I've got this opening, you want to come to the gym? Really love if you join me at the gym, you know, and I've got a free membership and you just got to show up. Well, I've got work here. I just started this new job and I got the kids and I just can't. So it could be something as simple as that. But in this context, it's suggesting you're reflecting on that in relation to you. All right. So this person's kind of probably pondering why something just doesn't work between the both of you. Trying to make sense of it is the most logical potential here. The Sun reversed on a Knight of Swords is suggesting with this Page of Cups that this person wants to reach out to you but doesn't know if they should. All right. Whenever the Sun's reversed, it's basically moon energy. Not directly, but it is suggesting darkness. So there is some uncertainty about that. It also talks about ego with the Sun reversed. So it can also suggest confidence going to the Knight here. I don't think this person is... I think this person wants to reach out to you, but is hesitant to do so. There's probably some reflection on maybe I shouldn't. How does this person see Capricorn? The person that we're spying on for Capricorn? How do they see Capricorn? You get the Queen of Swords. They see you as somebody... I mean, look at the size of that sword there. This card definitely shows the Queen holding the biggest sword. It's a great sword, which... How the hell she wields that, I don't know. But it is implying with the Queen of Swords, this person sees you as somebody that potentially is open to communication, but isn't going to just take anything. They may get a sense that you're only receptive, you'll only be receptive to certain types of communication. In other words, they can't just send you a dick pic or something like that and expect you're going to be okay with that. It's probably going to be like, yeah, they might talk to me if I say, hey, and what are you doing, and, you know, but I'm not even so certain of that, because, you know, the Queen of Swords is somebody that is holding a sword for a reason. She can be wary sometimes. She doesn't just, like, believe anything. You know, is generally suggesting someone in a logical mindset. In other words, they're calculating or evaluating someone's motives, why they're there. They're not going to just be like open arms, hey, haven't seen you forever. It's more like, why are you here? You see the difference? That's how this person's seeing you. What this queen does if she doesn't like the answers with that sword is another question all in itself. Evidently, size does matter with this queen, aka Capricorn. Just saying. What is this person hiding from Capricorn? I guess if you're a guy, I don't know. If you're a guy, I don't know how you apply that. Just tightness matters? I don't know. What is this person hiding from Capricorn? The person that we're spying on for Capricorn? It says the Strength reversed. We have some Leo energy. Why the Strength reversed? Clarify that. What do we need to know about that? Why they're hiding that? It says the Queen of Swords reversed. Incredible synergy. These readings tonight. Let me just check where the moon's at. And of course the phone is fucking dead. It's the only app that I have that can tell me where the moon's at. Because I'm like, this energy tonight has been very synergistic. Anyways, and what they're hiding, it's saying Strength reversed. Which is kind of confusing. I actually have to clarify this a bit further, because it's almost suggesting a total loss of confidence in communication with you. Why would they hide that, though? Or is it them giving up on you? Why is this person that we're spying on for Capricorn, why are they hiding the Strength reversed on the Queen of Swords reversed? Card comes out. It says Two of Wands reversed. What the hell is that trying to point out? This combination is very puzzling, because the question is asking, what are they hiding? The Strength reversed going to this Queen of Swords reversed. Because when I asked how they saw you, it's saying the Queen of Swords, which is not a hard no. That can still imply somebody viewing somebody open or has potential for communication. In other words, they could engage you. Not that, again, not that it would be so straightforward. You might be a bit hesitant or wary about them. Maybe it doesn't mean to say you would be a dick to them. For someone, you might just be like chill with them, but it's not saying that like you're just gonna, as I told you earlier, just take them in. So this person's seeing you like that, but when I'm looking at what they're hiding, it's showing the polar opposite, and it's showing the Strength reversed, suggesting a lack of like hopelessness, or it's not going to go anywhere, or you're going to shut it off, or you're not going to be open to something. But it's going to the Two of Wands reversed, which is things cannot move forwards, or there won't be any type of decision. So this is almost like suggesting like a queen that won't give them an answer. Why are they hiding that though? I don't know. Or it's saying they're not confident. This is possible here. All right, I'm going to tell you this. This could, I might be misreading it here, because it could be potentially suggesting, it would make more sense in how they're hiding it, that this person isn't confident about where things would be going. In other words, it's like they wouldn't give you a straight answer, and maybe they would be lying to you. Or, no, I mean, that's a bit of a stretch, but what does this Two of Wands reversed mean for... Why is the Queen of Swords reversed? It's just because they walked away. What the fuck is this saying? Or left the situation. Okay, this is something I could be stuck on for a while. Here's my final thoughts on this, Capricorn. As odd as it is, it's suggesting what this person's hiding is that they don't have any faith in some ways, that either you are going to make a decision or you're just going to stonewall it. Whether that's true or not, I don't know. All right. The Queen of Swords, when I asked about that, it's saying because someone left the situation, which would be the Queen. So apparently they're viewing it almost like it's gone, it's over. So it's almost implying that, like, what they're hiding is deep down inside, they don't have any faith in this. Like, they're almost kind of feeling like it's a lost cause. And it does show in their thoughts. They already have negative thinking like this. So this person's very pessimistic. All right. I mean, why do we really need to know that, though? I don't really know. But how does Capricorn see this person? Not too many cards. How does Capricorn see this person that we're spying on for Capricorn? So we have the Seven of Cups here. This is almost implying like you're not really sure. There's a lot of ways or a lot of things. There's a card that talks about more than one. There's that confusion there, or you're just not sure what to even think. There's a lot that's clouding your mind when it comes to this person. So it's whoever this person is, has got to be someone that could be erratic, or potentially is unpredictable. Why does this person have interest in Capricorn if they're so, like, this person could have mood problems. Their, like, direction or something is all screwed up here. Why does this person have interest in Capricorn? Because it says they want to initiate something. It's still not saying. It just says they want to restart something. What if this person did... If this person... The person that we also have this devil here, which I'm not going to take, but just saying we saw it. The person that we're spying on for Capricorn, if they came around in the Page of Cups, Page of Wands, and started something with Capricorn, and Capricorn agreed to it, what truth would they be distorting? What truth would this person be distorting from Capricorn? Saying the Five of Cups. What is the reality then? There's too many cards. I won't take that. What is the reality? Emperor, what the fuck? Very unusual reading, Capricorn, because what it's saying is that if this person came around and somehow convinced you to engage them or whatever, because their energy here actually says the opposite, like they're not confident, they're like a bit of a mess or some bullshit like that, okay? That's what it's saying. But the puzzle in this whole equation, why I even asked this, was because this seems unusual. Like, if somebody's really like this, why would they even bother to approach? If they're so, you know, down in the gutter type thing. And I asked it, what truth are they distorting? It says the 5 of Cups, which would match this energy, this confusion, this uncertainty, this pessimism, whatever. It would match this. Look at the guy. This card can be regret. It can be remorseful, whatever. And I asked, what is the reality? It's showing the Emperor, which is the direct opposite, suggesting someone that is confident, who knows what they want. Someone that feels powerful in charge. Is this true, what it's saying there? Because if it is, this person's a real, I don't know, could be a bit of a con artist. You know, I don't like introducing drama reads on this channel anymore. I'm trying to stay away from it. But that is weird. I don't know. To me, that says a bit of red flag. Is this person a conniving snake from hell or something like that? I'm not saying that, but that is just weird. It is suggesting there would be some... That's unusual. Just saying. Because it's almost implying like I'm selling you the story that's actually not true. We'll ask one more card just because I'm curious about this, but I don't know if we get an answer. If we do, we do. If we don't, we don't. All right. But I got to move on to the next reading. Why would this person behind closed doors be an Emperor energy? What is their motive towards Capricorn if this happened? What would the person that we're spying on Capricorn, what is it that they're seeking from Capricorn? 2 cards come out. We'll just take it like this. It says the 8 of Cups reversed and the Queen of Swords again. What in the literal fuck? Returning to a situation that's unfulfilling. We got the Queen. Notice something here, that the Queen was up right here, she's reversed here, and this is in the middle. So it could go either way. This is almost like... Here's my final thoughts, Capricorn. All of the readings, in my opinion, tonight so far have been not so bad. This reading, I don't know what to make of it. There's some fuckery or something with this reading. And again, I don't like to try and go in that direction because I'm trying to keep the readings more neutral. But this person's energy is, like, my opinion, something manipulative about it. This is definitely... Please don't apply it. If you know your person, whoever you're thinking about, is somebody that goes to church and they're actually got a reliable history, let's not apply things that don't make sense to those situations, all right? This is showing somebody here that definitely has a manipulative kind of side to them. Their motive for... They seem to have some probably emotional problems. There's a lot of clouding in their head or going around in circles or something like that. It doesn't seem to be productive thinking. This person may come up with scenarios or believe things in their head or make up things in their head that they think are true, which are not. They may also play the victim a lot or kind of sell that kind of impression to get, like, I don't know, to get sympathy maybe. But they may also have a charming side to them. But if they did come around, it's almost implying that they would come with this boo-hoo kind of energy, or maybe give the impression that it's been a real bummer since you've been gone. But it's almost implying that behind closed doors, they're not in this energy at all. This is just kind of for you to buy into them. This would almost imply that maybe, so it would convince you to start talking with them and so allow them to come back. It's a no for me. You're the only sign to get a no tonight. But if this is true, this seems like a bit of a manipulator of some sort. What their true motives are. If you know this person to have had that kind of energy, somebody that comes into the situation, manipulates or bullshits a bit and jumps out for some stupid reason, this is them. Something odd. But anyway, sorry, that won't apply to every Capricorn, but whatever. You know, I don't have time to do another reading for other people. You know. Take it or leave it. Wouldn't trust this person. Seems like a snake. Good luck to you, Capricorn. What a weird, drama-filled reading. A real slimy snake. Oh, two more signs. Aquarius. How are all my Aquarius doing? I hope you're doing great. Tell me about a person our Aquarius wants to spy on. Who is this person? What can we know about them? It says the Seven of Cups reversed. Someone you have transparency over, or you have an opinion already about them. Well, actually, no. That could be the case, but if this is a worsening of the card, which we have nothing to suggest that yet, it could suggest the opposite. You have no idea what to think about them. Tell me about, it could also talk about delusions or fantasies about this person that may not be healthy. But again, I don't have anything to suggest it yet, but it's possible. Clarify the Seven of Cups reverse. It says the world. Oh. Not sure what to think of that just yet, Aquarius. Tell me about the person we're spying on for Aquarius. This person that's being described as the Seven of Cups reversed. What can I know about what they're thinking about towards Aquarius? Can we know? Tell us more, please. It says the Hangman reversed. What else is this person thinking about towards Aquarius? This person that we're spying on for Aquarius. Not getting anything that's sticking out like a sore thumb yet. Card comes out. It says the world reversed. We got that earlier. What the fuck? How do we have opposites here? How do we have opposites is the question. We'll clarify the Hangman, because this might give us an answer. Tell us about the Hangman reverse. Why is that in their mind? What are they stuck on? Clarify the Hangman reversed. Card comes out. It says the Four of Wands reversed. What is this person's interest in the world? Energy. We have Hermit. I'm gonna take this Hermit energy. All right. I'm still not 100% sure, Aquarius, but whoever this person is somebody that is, we already know, contrasting positive and negative with the world here. The World card is sometimes a challenging card to read depending on the situation, because it can talk about, in the upright, somebody that has accomplished something. It can talk about moving on to a new chapter of life, crossing the next boundary, okay? This could be growing up and feeling like you've matured, you know, doing well in life, getting your first home. That can be a major accomplishment, all right? Overcoming some incredible challenge or struggles. It can talk about distance. It does talk about spirituality, growth. But it's showing in their thoughts here the world reversed, suggesting the total opposite of that. Something that failed, it didn't go to plan, something that kept having multiple failures, couldn't get to the next level. It shows this person in thought about the success, and then it's also showing thought about the opposite. Why didn't it work? What went wrong? This person's also showing Hangman reversed energy here, which is not good energy, because it tells us the Hangman, when it's upright, can tell us when things are stalled or stuck or not going somewhere, but it's not always bad, because it can just suggest that somebody's taking a pause to try and understand something or catch what they're not missing, or try to see what they're not seeing, type thing. It can be an evaluation. Everybody does that. I mean, sometimes you don't understand why something worked out the way that it did, and so you take a lot of time to reflect on it. And then eventually you have your aha moment, and hopefully you get a moment of clarity. But it's going to the Four of Wands reverse here, suggesting this is almost like a person evaluating why a relationship didn't work, or why it ended, or why it was problematic, or something around that. So it seems like there's some degree of reflecting on the failures, but given that the Hangman's reversed, it tells us that this person's been doing this for a long time, but is not coming up with any relevant conclusion to it. So they're looking and examining the problems and the negatives, but they're not making any sense of it. They're not doing anything with it. They just keep replaying it. That aha moment, just, it's not happening. All right. The other possibility here is also with the Hangman energy reversed. It can talk about somebody, if they have drinking problems, or they have drug problems, or they have already a history of being mopey or problematic or getting stuck in things. It's somebody that has a mindset where it's like they can't let something go. They keep reflecting on it in an unhealthy way. It's not leading to anything productive. So it's just kind of like dwelling on the negative. So whoever this person is in some confliction here about you. This Ace of Wands came out. They may be in some ways desiring to reconnect with you. That doesn't mean to say a relationship, but just desiring to reconnect with you. I'm just guessing because it came out. But how does this person see Aquarius? This person that we're spying on for Aquarius, how do they see Aquarius? They see you doing well. The Knight of Pentacles suggesting that you're moving forwards. I'm assuming without them. All right. The Knight here can also tell us that you're either pursuing new things, you've changed, things are different in your life. Could be you started a new career, you moved somewhere else, or maybe they just have seen evidence on your social media or something like that that you're just doing okay, all right? You're making it is also a card that does talk about people going after new things or taking action or just being steady, all right? Even if you're not doing too much of that, all right? But it is a good card. Why is this person that we're spying for Aquarius, why are they in Hermit going to World Energy? What is causing them? What are they interested in? It's saying the past. So this tells, that's actually pretty significant here, because what it is suggesting, Aquarius, is that there is a suggestion now that something between you and them did work at some point, and it was a very positive experience. In other words, this person reflects on it when things were actually going well. There was a brief moment where perhaps things actually was pretty good. Like they just, what that is, I don't know, Aquarius. It's so, there's so many situations and so many, you know, all of you are in different, including me, are all in very different scenarios. So what that person saw in that connection, I don't know. But Six of Cups is really good. It can suggest even that they may have felt that at times, not all the time, but at times that you and them were able to laugh, could connect with each other, and it felt effortless. So they're reflecting on that. And the Hermit energy is kind of a card of wisdom. So it's almost implying like this person wants that back, or reflecting on how to maybe, if that's even possible, still to obtain. Because they're, in their thoughts, it's suggesting the total opposite. Oh. What was that? The reversal here. So you basically seen there's the opposite going on in their thoughts. So a contrasting energy. What is this person hiding from Aquarius? The person that we're spying on for Aquarius. If this person does want to start with you, Aquarius, this past like reflection here is driving it without question. It's saying the Ace of Pentacles. This person absolutely wants to. It's showing what they're hiding is they want to approach you again. What is stopping them if that is true? Well, I could pretty much really guess, but it says the Nine of Swords. This is a card of fear, not being able to trust your decision. The problem, I think it was Baddison Intuitive Tarot, I remember a long time ago, kind of raised the point with this card that this is her intuition up here. In other words, she's not trusting it because she's so consumed with anxiety and problems and fears and worry. All right. The owl is suggesting the wisdom here. So this does tell us that it's the great messenger. It's very relevant to the sign of Aquarius, but it is talking about the answer will come, but sometimes you're not seeing it. All right. So it's almost implying that this person is kind of unsure what to do. They're hiding it, that, you know, they wouldn't make it openly known to you or anything like that, but they're desiring internally another chance with you or something to that extent. It's getting harder to talk, Aquarius, because it's like, what, 6:12, almost 3 hours reading tarot. My brain's starting to fry. But so bear with me, all right? How does Aquarius see? How would Aquarius see this person we're spying on for Aquarius? Wow. So it also says that you have something, a fond, I don't know, still interest in them. Why isn't Aquarius approaching this person then? It says King of Swords reversed. They're not talking to you? Or, well, that's actually the only thing I can say. The reversal can suggest being ignored or they don't want to talk. How odd. Or maybe you just don't know where they are. They've kind of ghosted you. Why would they worry so much about not having an opportunity with Aquarius? This whole reading seems very strange. Because it's like, one would ask, if you really just want this person so much, it's like they're reflecting on like this past, and maybe it could be like that again, or something along those lines. Like there's a degree of I don't think like full nostalgia, but they're reflecting on something that was going well between the both of you, and it's almost like they're wanting that back. But even though they're desiring to approach you, it's like they're not. They're just consumed with like, maybe I shouldn't. They're in their mind. Why is this person so worried about approaching Aquarius? What are they concerned about with this Nine of Swords? The person that we're spying on for Aquarius. What is driving the Nine of Swords? Card does come out. It says if it'll move forwards. Or the Eight of Wands. I don't really buy that. Tell us more about the Eight of Wands. What is the problem with that? So, I could have sworn I thought I heard two cards. Alright, maybe I'm imagining something. So the Knight of Cups here. Both of these are favorable. It just says they're worrying about that. In other words, in plain English, approaching you probably, in their mind, in a perfect world, it would just take off and you guys would be good to go. But it's saying they're worrying that actually wouldn't happen. Because this card can talk about somebody almost going to the point of talking them out of something. In other words, no, it'll never work. It could even suggest like their intuition's like, it might. And they're like, no. Nope. And it already showed that there was a reflection of failure here. What is... This is the last question, Aquarius, and we're going to end this reading. What truth would this person, the person that we're spying on for Aquarius, if they came around, what truth would they be distorting? It says the Seven of Cups. What the fuck? And this is the Seven of Cups reversed. Why would... That opens another can of worms on my analysis of this earlier. Why would they be distorting the Seven of Cups? Why would they distort the Seven of Cups from Aquarius? Card comes out. This is the Chariot reversed. What is the reality? It says they're not bothered. What the? What would be the reason to distort that from Aquarius? We have this 9 again. Why? If this person came around to Aquarius and was distorting the Seven of Cups, going to the Chariot reverse, what would be the purpose of doing that? What would that accomplish? It says the Eight of Wands reversed. What in the fuck? And we have it here. You're going to have to give me a hot minute, Aquarius, because I'm just as confused as you are. I know what it means, but it's just... what it's trying to say here, it doesn't make sense. So, nervous. Chariot is reversed. Let me just fill you in from one brief bit, the part I'm trying to figure out here. When I asked about this person coming around to you, okay, it already painted this picture that we've just spent the last 20 minutes discussing around this person who's potentially unsure and whatever, and but doubtful and yada yada. It says that if they came around to you, they would actually still repeat that energy to you. In other words, the Chariot reverse can talk about barriers, obstacles, problems, or issues. The Seven of Cups can talk about unknowns, uncertainty, being confused. In some versions, it even shows the person just flat out unsure. So it's almost what is relevant about that to you, I'm not entirely sure. But when I asked about the distortion of truth, what is the reality? It's saying that they actually are not in their mind. They're clear of mind. So this, in other words, they would be telling you the opposite. One is showing confusion when it's saying they're not confused. When I asked about that, it's saying the Eight of Wands reversed, which is showing the opposite of this. Which, again, is where I'm at right now. What would be... Okay, I can't stay in this forever, so let me try and wrap this up, but... What would be the purpose of... If they're truly in the Eight of Swords reversed energy, if they came to... If the person we're spying on for Aquarius, whoever this person is, if they came around to Aquarius and they were truly in the Eight of Swords reversed energy and were faking it, and they were in that energy, what would be the motive to do that? I don't think I'm going to take this, Aquarius. Saying stalling energy again, and we have stalling energy here. The Nine of Pentacles reference here can talk about somebody there for the wrong reasons. But I don't really buy that. Why would this person tell Aquarius the Chariot reverse going to Seven of Cups? It says Judgment reversed. Why would Aquarius care? Why would Aquarius care about that? Because it's a romantic offer. Aquarius, I cannot for the life of me figure out what... If this is true, what it's saying here, I could not figure out what this person's angle is, because there's clearly something. I just don't know what it is. In summary, for your reading, this is a very... whoever this energy is, it's just unusual. I don't know what to make of it, because it's almost implying, as I said, heavy reflection. This person is for sure someone that spends a lot of time in their mind. They clearly wants to have an opportunity with you, but for some reason are holding back. There is this reflection of the past, which is a factor in something they're thinking about, but it's also suggesting a contrast to the failure. This person does seem to have some tilt towards a negative mindset and pessimism, but, you know, in the distortion of truth can sometimes not be so bad, and other times it can be confusing, or it can be bad. In this case, it's unclear why this person it's suggesting would approach you and almost kind of imply it would be like someone giving you the impression that they've gone through some struggles, or there's been some difficulties or challenges, or things have been some ups and downs. It could be something like that, or Like, it'd be something around that. But it's almost implying like they wouldn't, in reality, like what they're not saying is that they're actually not like that at all. In other words, they're just trying to sell you that story when in reality it's not true. But when I try to figure out why they would do that, like what is the point of that, it doesn't seem to be clear. It's just like suggesting, it's almost suggesting, and here's the thing. Okay, Aquarius, I might have solved it. This energy can suggest somebody that is undecided because the judgment reverse can directly indicate somebody that is unsure about a new beginning. And the chariot reverse can talk about obstacles, and the seven of cups can cause confusion. And when I asked about you, it said the Ace of Cups, here, a romantic offer. This person is saying, knows exactly what they want, but the whole point of it is so that it does not go anywhere. The Nine of Pentacles reverse can be somebody that is there for the wrong reasons, for financial motives especially, or somebody that is giving them something, whether it's attention, sex, or money. Astronomically, 1,000% and no for me. All right. I can't believe I cracked that at the end. All right. What a fucking snake. Anyways, good luck to you, Aquarius. That's what I have for your reading. If this reading applies to you, how would you know who this person is? This is somebody that has sold you on the picture of love before and never delivers and tells you that, well, there's this and there's that, and right now is not a good time, but just need to be a bit patient, and I just need you in the meantime to be giving me all the things that I want, but the promise of more later. If you know this person to be the one that has sold you on the promise of more later, this is them, and it's saying that they're considering doing that again. The only way that that's going to happen is if you take the bait, which is why they're on the fence about it, because they're uncertain. They're not so sure you will, but it's almost implying some of you may actually take that bait, so just be wary. Ugh, why do we get these fucking crazy readings at the end here? Anyways, we got one more reading. Pisces, you are the last sign. Excuse me. Both Capricorn and Aquarius. Oh my God. I'm so sorry about that. Both Capricorn and... Fuck this, I'm going to restart this. Pisces. All right. Both Aquarius and Capricorn had some pretty interesting reads, to say the least. They were quite different from the other reads, so definitely be interested to see what your read shows. You're the last sign. Tell us about a person that we're spying on for Pisces. It says the 10 of Cups reversed. This is Pisces energy. This, just with what we got here, suggests potentially a person that you have fell out with. This can talk about friendships, romances, lovers, where there's been a sharp emotional disconnect. How does that happen? Cheating affairs are the most common. A second one could be a blow up or a fight where you guys suddenly, I don't know, something happened, life threw you a wrench, and it led to a giant fallout with each other. A third one could have just been a gradual decline. In other words, the connection you once shared just gradually crumbled over time. Or this is just in general, somebody that you failed to really have a close connection with. It may just been non-specific. You don't know why. Why is this person being described as the 10 of Cups? The person we're spying on for Pisces. It says 8 of Cups. I'm going to take that just because it's high synergy there. Also, I have burdens here with the 10 of Wands. I won't take that. We also have Chariot reversed. This may have been a person, Pisces, that I'm leaning towards it was probably more you, but you may have felt that you had to just leave the situation. It just wasn't working out, or you weren't getting much out of it. But feel free, if you felt this person left you, you can use that too, but it's suggesting something ended here, plain and simple. Tell us about this person. That's been described as the 10 of Cups reversed and the 8 of Cups. Both of these are Pisces energy. Person that we're spying on for Pisces, what is this person thinking about? Well, we have the Chariot reversed. We'll put that as a top crowning energy because we just got that. What else is this person thinking about? It says 2 of Swords. Well, evidently, I'm going to take this 2 of Swords as a clarification of the Chariot reverse because that's highly synergistic with each other. What else is this person thinking about? It shows Emperor here horizontal. Why is the Emperor horizontal? It says 2 of Cups reversed. What they're thinking about is pretty much purely negative and unproductive. Now, just remember, folks, obviously, people, when I say what they're thinking about, it's suggesting a common theme or something that is a dominant energy. In other words, it's not the only thing they're thinking about. There's other things, but it's just saying this is a prominent energy. So it is suggesting some roadblock between the both of you is on their mind. All right. Chariot reverse oftentimes refers to things that have become stalled, a barrier that couldn't be overcome, a wall between two people, two people being at odds with each other. I mean, clearly they can't cooperate with each other, so things go nowhere. That can define the Chariot reverse energy, or it's just suggesting something that ran out of steam, plain and simple. It's parked. But it's showing this 2 of Swords, which is a very heavy air card, suggesting that one is contemplating options around it. All right. What could this probably be? Could be looking at the potentials of how to move it forwards or the consideration just to leave it would be my guess. This 2 of Cups reverse is also just looking at the connection being over. What is the role of the Emperor here being horizontal? I'm not entirely sure, if I'm honest. It has something to do with them. My guess to this Pisces is the Emperor in the upright is very strongly suitable for a committed relationship or somebody that could, that is more in alignment with the King of Pentacles. Somebody that would absolutely embrace this energy or be okay with kind of wanting a connection, something long-term. But the reversal of this Emperor carries the King of Wands reversed energy, suggesting the total opposite of that. Somebody that just doesn't know. One minute they kind of tell you they kind of want that, and the next day they don't. and they say they want it again, they're sorry, oh yeah, I want to come back around, but then you get this lukewarm, for whatever reason it fizzles out, and then they're not certain again. So it's like you can't ever figure out what they're doing. That's the Emperor reversed. It can be, and what's really going on is that the reason they're in that kind of state of mind is because it's what they want. You know, they're not really concerned so much about the other party. So it's like, one minute they want you, then they don't. But, you know, this kind of wishy-washy shit they give you is like, oh, well, you're lost. But that's just saying, it's not saying they're in that energy. It's just showing with the horizontal, it could go upright or reversed. Which overall is just saying there's some contemplation in their mind about, I'm assuming, how they feel they stand with you. Like, do I would assume this person's kind of questioning whether that's something they even want, you know? It may just be simply saying they don't know what they really want, but it is still weighing on this, whatever the case is, it's suggesting the connection ended anyways. How does this person see Pisces? This person that's in their mind, a little not sure about Pisces. It does show 5 of Cups, which is a regret energy. This person may see, whether this is true or not, Pisces, it's saying that they see you potentially upset that things didn't work out. Does this mean that you're waking up in the morning and bawling your eyes out, playing an old love song? I don't think so at all. It's just saying from their perspective, they may get a sense that if they did leave the situation or they ended the situation, that it's suggesting that from their perspective, you're probably disappointed about it. Is that true? I don't know, but that's what it's saying here. What is this person hiding from Pisces? The person that we're spying on for Pisces. Oh, we got 2 cards here. We have Hierophant and Temperance, both horizontal. Why are they hiding that? It goes over 5 of Cups, 7 of Pentacles. I'm not really sure, Pisces. It's not particularly bad what it's saying, but I'm just not entirely clear why somebody would hide this. It's implying it's implying this person is reflecting on the differences between you two, but not just like, but it's more than that. The differences I'm talking about is like how you are living your life compared to theirs, what you believe in. It's not whether you like chocolate or vanilla ice cream. It's more than that. It's talking about how you conduct your life. Are you a good person, or are you like a punk rebel? Very contrasting differences. This person, I'm not saying you're a punk, and I'm not saying you're a good person. It depends on where you see yourself in that picture. You know, maybe we can assume someone that considers himself like a goth or a punk probably isn't going to church. Probably more aligned with going to punk rock concerts or listening to heavy music, wearing black or whatever like that. On the flip side, you might have somebody that, you know, again, values, you know, may not go to church all the time, but is very religious conscious and wears conservative stuff or tries to, you know, you get the idea. Those are extremes, very extreme examples, Pisces, but I'm just giving you some, you know, reference as to what I'm seeing here. This person's trying to weigh out whether that is something, I guess, that would work with them. And it is going to the 7 of Pentacles. So again, it's kind of strategic planning here. Like an evaluation. This card with the 7 of Pentacles directly talks about evaluation as well. Why is this person hiding that? Why is that something that even needs to be hidden? I don't know. I'm still haven't figured that out yet. Why does this person need to hide that? Well, is there a reason? It says 3 of Cups. I'm not going to take that. I know someone's going to hate me for that, but I'm not. The 3 of Cups, if I did take it, it would have just said in reverse that this person felt that things were at a loss or didn't work. But, I mean, to me, it's like, what that doesn't really help us much here. We already know things didn't work. What is this person wanting from Pisces? It says they still want your romantic interest towards them. So their energy overall is not particularly crazy. What is this? Okay, Ace. I'm going to take, well, we will take that. Clarify, because I know someone will complain about it. Clarify the Page of Pentacles reverse. What do we need to know about that? Goes over the 5 of Cups reversed. It says feeling out in the cold. See, the problem now is I don't know if it relates to them or you, right? This is talking about somebody that approached, but it fell through. Either from user error or they got rejected, all right? And then it says feeling out in the cold or being disconnected, and it's going to the 5 of Cups, the morning energy, which is how they saw you. So maybe that's applying to you. This could be a Pisces that feels that this person maybe left them high and dry, or maybe a Pisces that felt this person kind of abandoned them or didn't really appreciate them or something like that. I mean, the only reason I said that and made that decision was because when I was moving the cards here, because I got other decks here, it kind of did one of these things. I was like that, and then it bent over and fell forwards onto the 5 of Cups. Is that you? Is that the spirits telling us? I don't know. All right. So let me summarize so far what I have here, because I'm pretty much almost done with this reading. I might ask one more question here to get some more clarity. Whoever this person is, in summary, Pisces, is a person that I would assume you were in some type of connection that I would take an educated guess was at least at borderline over a year or 2 years. You know, somebody that you invested time with. It could have been much longer than that. But it's almost implying, again, that there was a break in the emotional connection between the both of you, but most certainly fueled by disappointment, right? It's probably leaning 50-50. Either it was a Pisces that was borderline forced to have to leave because they were getting flat out nothing out of it. You know, it was just going nowhere, or they were getting screwed. Or it was this person that just gave you the cold shoulder and bounced out. You know, if you were still invested in this person, that might have hurt, right? This person, the only suggestion that may give us a clue that it was them that left is that they see you like this, almost suggesting you were very disappointed with them going. In other words, they almost like know that you were hurt, or probably at minimum bummed out, or not so thrilled about it. All right. This person is heavily conflicted. It almost kind of implies that it's like them questioning whether they want a relationship or not. In what they're hiding, it again goes into evaluation. So one thing's clear is that this person really doesn't know 100% what they want. Part of the problem with this person's indecision is that there seems to be some degree of dissatisfaction with you, whether uncertain where like there's things about you that you are doing which aren't aligning with something that they like. In other words, most likely you're acting in a certain way that they don't find desirable, or it's something that you engage in or you do that they just either aren't attracted to. That doesn't mean to say that everything about you is bad, but it seems like they're picking out certain things about you that may just not do it for them. I don't know, Pisces. Like something that's bothering them. And they're looking at that as a conflict of interest when it comes to you. So that could have been a reason why they bounced in the past. Again, does that mean that you're a bad person? It's your fault. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that it's possible this person just, for whatever reason, just decided, you know what, I'm not getting what I want. I'm not saying it's sex. It could have been qualities that they were seeing they just didn't like. Right? But it shows them still conflicted about that. Because there's some part of them, I think, that is doubting whether that was the right decision. Whatever the case is, it does kind of imply that there's a Pisces, in my opinion, that may have felt, again, abandoned by this person. Which we all know is not a very pleasant feeling. What is this person's overall subtle motive? It looks like the best that I can tell you is it seems like there is some consideration to come around to you. But in my opinion, with what I'm seeing here, even if this person did, it really just kind of, their energy is just not suggesting. It's more looking to me like a waste of time. The Four of Pentacles comes around. There's just can be a bit of a self-preservation energy. I won't take into that. Why does this person, what is this person like? Okay, well, I already asked it. So this person does, in some ways, I think they do want your attention again. What truth would this person be distorting from Pisces? If they did come around, if they made some, for whatever reason, made a decision to come around to Pisces, what truth would they be distorting? Says the Magician reverse. That's automatically a very negative card to get that. Tell us about the Magician reversed. What is the reality? Oh no, actually it may not be bad. Well, it could actually. Let's see what comes out here. This is the Lovers reversed. Oh. Okay, that is bad. Pisces, I'll be honest with you, all right? The last three readings, inspiring them today, have just been, in my opinion, very strange because they keep pointing out like a deceptive lover. Why do I say this is strange? Is because the other readings were not showing this extreme or anything like this. Why? It said it in Aquarius, it said it in Capricorn, and it's showing in this particular reading, all right? I've been trying to stay away from kind of going to extremes like this, but again, what it's saying here is suggestive, in a way, that this person in the world, that they came around to you, based on everything I've just told you. When I asked what they would be distorting, it is saying the Magician reversed. That is normally a negative card, because it can suggest something not taking off, not being able to start, the means aren't there. All right. Sometimes it's just like when life is making something available to you, the means to do it, the spirits, the heaven, the connection with earth. When the time is right, the universe will give it to you. The reversal can suggest that's just not happening, or it's just something went wrong. But there is also something else that talks about when it's reversed, and that is trickster energy. It can talk about somebody that tells you one thing but means another. All right. In this case, it would be the Magician upright. All right. This is my guess on this, and you take it or leave it. And the only reason I'm saying this is because it's saying the distortion of truth. In other words, if someone's lying to you, they'd be telling you to start something. And when I asked about what the reality is, it's saying the Lovers reversed, which is saying that they don't have any romantic interest. Well, they don't see you as a true soulmate option. It doesn't mean to say they don't see you as a partner. It's just saying they don't see you as a soulmate connection. All right. But we already kind of know that because it's suggesting this here, that they were thinking about and they already have indecision about you. All right. A lot of you might say like, well, what the fuck is the point of this? Because in summary, what it's almost implying is that while this person may, at least from, if this is true, while this person may not truly see you as, at least for now, a soulmate partner or something like that, they still consider you a potential option. So the problem is that if they came around and tried to sell that to you, like, hey, I just want to be with you, but just for the record, between you and me, I have no interest of really, like, I'm not seeing you as somebody I want to spend the rest of my life with. You're more kind of like filling in the time right now. You would say no. You would be like, well, I'm not like that. Get the fuck away. So probably something that they don't want to tell you. The Magician reverse there is a bit of a stretch, but if you look up the energy, it does talk about manipulation and trickster energy. Somebody, again, it goes as far as talking about a con man. Somebody's telling you something but doing the other. It is talking about the distortion of truth there. So the reality is, with the Lover's reverse, it's just negative. In my opinion, this person would just be, unfortunately, telling a fib. In other words, oh yeah, baby, I just was thinking, I was like thinking about you and I really loved you and stuff. Actually not, but I know that's what you want to hear. Now, how manipulative is this person? I don't think this person is truly like trying to ruin you, Pisces. I just think they're like, in reality, it's like they just are looking at it like, I don't really know about Pisces, but I kind of want them, but I don't want them at the same time to ignore me. And I know if I tell them the direct, flat-out truth, they would. So I think that's what it is. It's also possible this person just wants to play it safe and see where it goes. Maybe they are just not sure. But you, Pisces, make your own decision on what you think it is. Maybe you feel this person has lied to you a lot in the past, and if that's the case, then yeah, they're just trying to bullshit you. All right, thank you for watching, Pisces. If you got something out of it, then leave me a like. Who this applies to, will this happen? Don't know. You be the judge of that, all right? I really do appreciate everybody for watching, especially if you made it to the end. I know some of you leave my streams running because I can see it on the analytics. There are a lot of you that actually leave my entire stream running, and it shows the watch time. Which is why we got such good metrics. But anyways, do appreciate it. Love you all. Thanks for watching. Bye for now.